Welcome and thank you for standing by. For the duration of today's conference, all participants will be in a listen-only mode. I'd like to inform all parties that today's conference is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. I would now like to turn the conference over to Tommy Wright. Thank you. You may begin.
Tommy Wright. Please note that I stated my name before speaking. We're asking everyone to do the same for recording purposes. Good morning and welcome to the 2021 fall meeting of the Census Bureau Scientific Advisory Committee. Committee members, we are happy to have you join us, and we look forward to a productive discussion over the next 2 days. Since we last met, terms of 6 members ended, 1 member resigned, 3 new members have been appointed, Barbara Entwistle, Lance Waller, and Lester McKee, and the committee has a new chair, Jay Bright. Congratulations to all new members and to Jay as new chair. My name is Tommy Wright, the designated federal officer for the Census Bureau Scientific Advisory Committee. Sometimes I will say CSAC, or sometimes I will simply say committee. In this role, I am required to preside over the advisory committee meeting as specified by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as FACA. The proceedings are being displayed at the web link found on the committee website, and the number for the audio is also displayed on the committee meeting webpage. Information for closed captioning services is also listed on the website. Both the link and the conference line can also be found on the Federal Register notice. During the 2-day session, only committee members are permitted to ask questions of or make comments to Census Bureau panelists. Committee members, we ask that you keep your lines muted during this call unless you are called upon to speak. To help facilitate discussion, members' lines will be kept open to allow more efficient discussion, so we must keep background noise to a minimum. Please note the video function is available during this session. We encourage the use while presenting and during discussion. Committee members, if you would like to comment, please click the raise hand icon found on the lower right-hand corner. Jay, the new committee chair, will see your virtual hand raised and will call on you in turn. Because this meeting is being recorded once again for transcripts, we ask that you clearly state your name for the record each time you speak. Jay will also be responsible for facilitating and leading the committee discussions during the meeting. The public will have an opportunity to comment on tomorrow at 1:45 p.m. during the public comment period. During that time, we welcome members from the public to provide their comments verbally. The Federal Register notice located on the committee's website provides more information on submitting written comments. All meeting materials and written public comments are posted on the CSAC Advisory Committee following the meeting. The final recommendations will be posted on the CSAC Advisory Committee website for public viewing upon approval. Members, again, if you would like to make a comment, please click the button on the meeting site at the lower right-hand corner. Once you click this button, Jay, the committee chair, will see your virtual hand raised and will call upon you in turn. At this time, we would like to thank all members of the public, the Census Bureau leadership, Department of Commerce staff, congressional staff, and regional staff who are observing today's proceedings. Our meeting agenda reflects, as always, a wide range of topics resulting from recommendations from the committee, as well as topics that are of current interest and importance to the Census Bureau. Each topic session is broken into 3 parts. The first part, Census Bureau will present. Second, a discussion from the committee. And third, committee open discussion. First on today's agenda, our committee chair, Jay Bright, will share remarks and introduce committee members. Following Jay, Nick Orsini, who is the Associate Director for Economic Programs, will provide remarks followed by committee discussion and questions. Nick is filling in for Acting Director Ron Jarman, who is unable to be with us today. Then Michael Bentley will present on the quality metrics, followed by discussant Mario Marazzi and committee discussion. We will then have a 10-minute break. After the break, Jonathan Rothbaum, Donna Daly, and Mark Gavoni will present on the recent challenges to data collection, followed by discussant John Chika and committee discussion. Michael Radcliffe will present on the FRAMES program, followed by discussant William Clark and committee discussion. We'll stop again briefly for a 10-minute break. At about 3:20, we will end today's proceedings. The CSAC committee members will congregate amongst themselves to discuss and begin to formulate recommendations. Jay Bright will lead the committee discussion and formulation of recommendations. We will reunite tomorrow morning for day 2 of the CSAC meeting at the same time. I would like to remind committee members to, if you wish to speak, please click the raise hand icon when you're ready to do so. When called upon by the chair, remember to always state your name. As a reminder to the public, during the question and answer sessions occurring today, only committee members are permitted to ask questions to make comments. Now, please welcome Jay Bright, who will bring chair remarks and introduce the CSAC members. And Jay, I want to note that you're getting a thunderous, silent applause from a person for being named chair and also for accepting. Thank you very much. Jay?
Thanks, Tommy. So this is Jay Bright, the chair of the Census Scientific Advisory. Good morning and welcome to the Fall 2021 CSAC meeting. As a reminder, the purpose of CSAC is to provide scientific and technical expertise to address Census Bureau objectives and programs. I want to start by thanking the Census Advisory Committee staff for putting together yet another remote meeting. Who would have guessed that this would become the new normal and that many of our members have never yet attended an in-person meeting? Thanks to all the staff who support us for everything that's happening behind the curtain to pull off these virtual meetings. As the new chair of CSAC, I took some time to speak one-on-one with all of our members to see what's on our collective mind. One topic came up again and again: admiration and gratitude for the amazing work of the Bureau in pulling off the decennial and everything else in the face of unprecedented challenges. You might remember that even before coronavirus and murder hornets, we were biting our fingernails in anticipation of the new technology that would be rolled out for the 2020 decennial. And then things got serious. The pandemic, hurricanes, wildfires, and everything else stopped many organizations cold, but the career staff of the U.S. Census Bureau kept the decennial and its other operations moving while putting science and the integrity and quality of the data above all else. CSAC members have some idea of the incredible stresses you have faced in reacting to these challenges and compiling data that are essential to the functioning of our democracy. We are so grateful for the dedication of the Bureau staff in doing an exceptional job under seemingly impossible circumstances. The basic reaction of CSAC members was a collective wow and a collective thank you. CSAC members, would you please unmute and join me in applauding the amazing Census Bureau staff? See if you can hear this. Thanks, everybody. So CSAC members, you can unmute again, and then we'll go around and introduce ourselves. And when we do that, please say your name, your affiliation, and very briefly, please, and where you're calling from. I'll go first to model, and then I'll call on you one at a time. I'm Jay Bright, Professor of Statistics at Colorado State University, a mathematical statistician with particular interest in complex surveys, calling from Fort Collins, Colorado. So is Deborah Balk on? Deborah, can you unmute and introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Deborah Balk from the CUNY Institute for Demographic Research and Baruch College. Nice to be here today.
Thank you. Tom Burnell?
Hello, I'm Tom Burnell. I'm a professor of political science at the University of Texas at Dallas. I study American elections, and I'm calling from Richardson, Texas.
Thanks, Tom. Bill Clark?
Yes, hello, everyone. Bill Clark here, calling from State College, Pennsylvania, where I am Associate Dean of the Graduate School at Penn State University.
Thanks, Bill. John Chika?
I'm John Chika. I'm recently retired as a senior fellow at Mathematica. My work has focused heavily on administrative records and survey data quality, and I'm calling in from Bethesda, Maryland.
Thanks, John. Barbara Entwistle?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Barbara Entwistle. I'm a professor of sociology at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and I'm calling in from Chapel Hill. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Barbara. And Lester Mackey?
Hello, this is Lester Mackey calling in from Arlington, Massachusetts. I am a machine learning researcher at Microsoft Research and an adjunct professor of statistics at Stanford University.
Thanks, Lester. Mario Marazzi? We had Mario earlier, so I'll come back around.
Hi, Mario Marazzi.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just unmuted. Sorry about that. This is Mario Marazzi, a former executive director of the Puerto Rico Institute of Statistics, calling in from San Juan.
Thanks, Mario. Jessica McKellar?
Hi, my name is Jessica McKellar. I am a computer scientist by training. I am an executive at a tech company that does work for small businesses, so very passionate about small businesses, and I am in San Francisco.
Thanks, Jessica. Chris Moore?
Hello, I'm Chris Moore, senior scholar at Child Trends. I'm a social psychologist, do work on children, youth, and young adults, and I'm located in Washington, D.C.
Thanks, Chris. Kunal Talwar?
Hi, I'm Kunal Talwar. I'm calling in from the San Francisco Bay Area, where I'm a research scientist at Apple working in differential privacy and machine learning.
Thanks, Kunal. Lance Waller?
Good morning. I'm Lance Waller. I'm a professor in the Department of Biostatistics and Bioinformatics in the Rollins School of Public Health at Emory University. My areas of interest are spatial statistics, geographic information systems, and I'm calling in from Atlanta, Georgia.
Thanks, Lance. And Rochelle Winkler.
Good morning, everyone. This is Rochelle Winkler. I'm a professor of sociology and demography at Michigan Technological University and calling in from Houghton, Michigan in the Upper Peninsula. And I study primarily rural population change and applied demography, spatial demography.
Great, thanks, Rochelle. So a special welcome to Barbara, Lester, and Lance, our newest members. And to all of our committee members here today, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your willingness to volunteer your time and your expertise to CSAC. Thank you for your service to our country. So let me now briefly run down some of the other topics that emerged in my discussion with CSAC members. There's interest in continuing to fill out the process of CSAC members with excellent technical expertise, representing as much as possible a wide range of viewpoints. There's considerable excitement about new methods to combine different data sources in novel ways, such as the Construction Modernization Project, which is now a fairly mature methodology for using statistical learning techniques on remotely sensed imagery to improve traditional data products, and the New Frames Initiative, which we'll hear more about during this meeting. There's a lot of interest in lessons learned from 2020, especially to the evaluations and experiments that were planned in advance and how those might have been impacted by the same challenges that faced the decennial. There's interest in planning for 2030, including building protections around the Bureau's scientific processes and planning for future risks, including those due to climate change and resulting disruptions of places and people. And then differential privacy remains at the top of the list of concerns. CSAC looks forward to hearing more about the challenges and algorithmic approaches for the next rounds of differentially private data on demographics and household characteristics, some of which we'll learn about at this meeting. CSAC has previously commented extensively on the challenges of differential privacy, but now differentially private data have been released. It's time to figure out how best to analyze the current release, accounting for their uncertainties in a principled way. And those analyses are complicated by the post-processing. CSAC would like to reiterate an earlier recommendation to release at least some of the protected data prior to post-processing, especially to understand their bias properties. And further, CSAC is eager to learn more about how the Bureau will communicate the appropriate uses of differentially private data at various scales to data users of all types and levels of sophistication. And with that, let me turn it back over to Tommy Wright.
Thank you very much, Jay, and welcome once again. Now we will hear from Nick Orsini, who's the Associate Director for Economic Programs. He will bring the executive remarks. Nick?
Thank you, Tommy. Good morning, everyone. I am Nick Orsini. I'm the Associate Director for Economic Programs at the Census Bureau. As Tommy said, Ron will not be able to join us today, but he asked me to provide a few brief opening remarks. And I would like to echo Tommy's initial comments by thanking the 8 members who are rotating off the committee and welcoming the 4 new members, including the new committee chair, Jay, to the committee. We look forward to hearing more from you, working with you. We look forward to your guidance and expertise over the next several years. I would also like to mention that the Census Bureau is soliciting nominees to fill vacancies on the committee. More information could be found on the Census Bureau Advisory Committee's webpage. The deadline for accepting these new applications is next Thursday, so that's coming up relatively quickly. I'd like to start off by giving a couple quick updates on the 2020 census. And as most of you know, the apportionment counts were delivered to the President on April 26th, ahead of the April 30th milestone. The redistricting data was released on August 12th. The data were made available in an easy-to-use format on September 16th. This was also ahead of the September 30th milestone. A few notable accomplishments with the 2020 census. 2 in 3 households responded on their own. 80% of the households that self-responded did so online, while about 18% returned paper forms and about 2% responded by phone. The Internet self-response application performed flawlessly without a single second of downtime. We achieved an enumerator productivity rate of 1.92 cases per hour. That compares to a 1.05 case per hour in 2010. In the field, the paper data capture facilities remained open and operational during the nationwide stay-at-home phase. Field training was modified to a virtual training program for more than 500,000 employees. 20% of the 523,000 field employees were bilingual and spoke more than 400 languages or dialects. Upcoming, so looking ahead, upcoming 2020 census data products will include the first results on topics not covered in the apportionment and redistricting data, such as sex, relationship to household, and household type. The data will also provide more detail on topics that the redistricting data only touched on, such as more detailed data on age, race, and housing occupancy. We also plan to release population and housing unit counts for the U.S. island areas this fall, with more detailed information released at a later date. We tentatively plan to release the additional 2020 census data for the United States, all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico in 2022. This includes the demographic profile and demographic housing characteristics files. We're still determining the release schedule for the detailed demographic and housing characteristics file. As we update our final plans, we will continue to keep the public informed through the About 2020 Census Data Products page on our website. Okay. As you know, part of the 2020 Census Data Products planning included implementing our new disclosure avoidance-based system. Last week, we released an updated 2020 Census Data Product Planning Crosswalk. The crosswalk shows the specific content and the lowest levels of geography we're considering for each data table, and how the 2020 proposal compares to 2010. This winter, we aim to release demonstration data that apply potential disclosure avoidance settings to the 2010 census data. The demonstration data will enable the public to assess the accuracy and privacy protection of these tables. A few demographic program updates. The Census Bureau is creating a cross-directorate team focused on improving data for young children. The team will research ways to improve data on young children, which may be through improvements in data collection, improvements in the population estimate programs, and/or modeling. The team will analyze the 2020 census data, looking at the accuracy of the data on young children. The results will inform planning for 2030, as well as other Census Bureau products that include data on young children. Moving to some information on our pulse surveys. As you know, the Household Pulse Survey provides real-time data on how people's lives have been impacted by the pandemic. Data collection for Phase 3.2 began on July 21st and is scheduled to continue until October. Week 37 tables for September 1st through September 13th were released yesterday, September 22nd. This phase of the data collection includes new questions on the child tax credit, sexual orientation and gender identity, rent, mortgages, utilities, and on some preventive health care for children. Moving to some of the economic programs updates and focusing on Small Business Pulse. As you may know, the Business Pulse is also a high-frequency data collection effort about the challenges small businesses are facing due to the pandemic. We entered a phase 6 of the Small Business Pulse that started on August 16th and will run for 9 weeks. We will continue to monitor the pandemic and work with OMB for future phases and to assess any additional content that is needed. Some new content in Phase 6 covers difficulties in hiring employees, new workplace norms, changes in the demands for goods and services, and price changes from suppliers. The Census Bureau's weekly business formation statistics continues to provide business application data at the national, regional, and state levels. We have also moved this to a monthly release, and this data series is currently under consideration for a new principal federal economic indicator. In July, we began a management and organizational practices of hospitals supplement to the Services Annual Survey that collects data on the management practices of hospital administrators. So more of that to come. The planning and preparation for the 2022 economic census is underway. A pre-submission notice was issued with the Federal Register on August 27th, requesting comments on the plan for the 2022 economic census. New content includes topics like robotics, human capital, telemedicine, and electronic vehicles. An expansion of industry coverage is also planned. In collaboration with USDA, Census is working to collect data on agricultural support activities in the 2022 economic census. Machine learning techniques are being used to automate industry and classification coding, which will reduce respondent burden and save some time on the analytical review portion so we could release data quicker. The first component of the 2022 Census of Government was mailed in February, and in the quarterly tax statistics programs, we began collecting data from state and local governments on cannabis taxes. The annual Integrated Economic Survey is an effort for the Bureau to integrate several of the economic surveys beginning in 2024. We're laying the groundwork where 6 annual economic programs will be moved from a trade-specific approach, so you have things like manufacturing, retail, wholesale, etc., in a streamlined, integrated annual program. And you'll hear more about that tomorrow. There was a mention of the construction reengineering effort. We're making progress on demonstrating the viability of a data science-based approach to measure construction statistics. The latest iteration of the machine learning model is achieving about a 98% accuracy rate in the detection of construction starts and completion from satellite imagery. The team is working to further scale this work, and I specifically want to thank the committee and the working group for their assistance with this effort. Finally, a few words about budget, and I will make them very few. The FY22 request maintains our levels of investment in infrastructure, sampling frames, dissemination systems, and administrative records research, while turning our focus to improvements in the design to make data collection and dissemination more efficient. I also wanted to mention the transformation of our organization, and the operations are moving from a more survey-centric model to a more data-centric model that blends survey data with administrative data and alternative data sources. So with that, I will turn it back over to Tommy.
Nick, we have a little time, and are you open to questions and comments from the committee members?
Sure, absolutely.
And during this time, I'm going to let Jay come in. Jay, if you want to.
Okay, Jay.
Okay.
Sure. Thanks, Tommy. This is Jay Bright. So, committee members, any questions for Nick? Please use the raise hand icon, which is in the lower corner of your participant screen, and I can call on you. If I can figure it out. Now, I have a quick question while people are thinking. Nick, did you say you had 0 downtime in the internet self-response?
Yeah.
There was never a hiccup? Oh. We went into that with considerable trepidation, I would say, but
yes,
it seems like
it performed pretty much flawlessly throughout the whole operation. So, an ounce of prevention, I would say.
Great. So I'm not seeing any hands raised, but this could be operator error on my part. So let me check through here.
I will expand on that a little bit. The system was, it went through so much testing and quality assurance prior to it actually being implemented. And we do have internet self-response instruments for other programs that were somewhat, we didn't nearly anticipate the volume of those other activities, but there was something to build on and something to learn from. So, it's not like this was the first effort that the Census Bureau has undertaken in internet self-response.
Great, thank you. So, not seeing any raised hands at this time. So, Tommy, I guess I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Hi, Jay. This is Shauna Banks. If you want to ask members if they want to unmute, they can do it that way. If people are having trouble with the raise hand feature, you can offer that.
Okay. Yeah, just quick round. This is Jay Bright again. And if anyone has a question, just go ahead and unmute yourself and chime in here. Otherwise, we'll move on. Oh, Mario has a question. And he raised his hand.
Yes, I did. Mario Marazzi, we usually take advantage of this moment in the meeting to discuss a little bit about, budget situation of the Bureau. And I don't think I heard Nick mention that at all. Is there any update on that? I mean, you guys are leaving the decennial census cycle, so the budget clearly is going to go down, but you don't want it to, go down in a way that throws out the baby with the bathwater. Any comments?
Our FY22 appropriations are sufficient to wind down the 2020 census. It includes some funding for planning of 2030, and it also maintains our investments in infrastructure, the sampling frames, and dissemination systems. All these efforts that are in the works are being maintained in 22 in addition to the wind down of the 2020. So the 2022, as it stands requested, is looking decent for the Census Bureau.
Great, thank you. I see. Sorry, Mario, go ahead.
No, just thank you.
So I see Chris Moore has her hand raised. So Chris, do you want to unmute?
Thank you, Kristen Moore. I just wanted to follow up on the 1 in 3 of the households that did not respond via the internet. Could you say something more about how the data arrived for those people?
You mean the 2% that responded via phone or the mail effort?
Was okay. So that
20% via mail.
Yeah. So it's 83% online, 18% by paper, and 2% by phone. That's cumulative percentages then. So that the administrative data did not particularly play a role.
Al, do you have any info on that?
Yes, certainly. Can you hear me? I'm not sure I'm dialed into a line that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, we did have administrative data play a role. We're talking about purely self-response in those numbers. What's not included in those numbers is NORFU. So the numbers that you're accumulating are those various modes that people self-responded in. They self-responded online, on paper, and via telephone. In addition to that, we conducted non-response follow-up operations because approximately 33% of the nation didn't self-respond. So between administrative records and non-response follow-up is how we collected the data from the balance of the nation. I don't have the admin record number right in front of me, but I'll get that for you before we're completed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's exactly my question.
Great. Are there any other questions? And maybe I could just ask a quick follow-up on the budget. So maintaining the levels that you had planned for seems like it may not be the right target, given that a lot of systems were beat up over the past, couple of years. So are you confident that this was the level you want, or
Yes, the level does include funding for specific initiatives like the FRAMES program, like operationalizing the pulse surveys into a high-frequency program. So it does include additional funding for some of these activities that we've undertaken that we want to continue and build upon.
So as a follow-up to that, Mario Marazzi here. The pandemic has certainly forced a lot of technological transformation. Right? A lot of people are doing things online that they've never done online. And we're even doing surveys more online than we've ever done. And there's a tendency to think that online surveys are like free. Are you at all concerned that there's going to be, push for, well, you guys don't need any more of this money like you used to because now we're doing everything online?
Yeah, I hope not, Mario. We, as you may know, the pulse surveys use a lot of these new techniques, like online data collection, like utilizing text messages, and so on.
Right.
And, I think the cost is somewhat of a trade-off, but hopefully they become more efficient and more timely, and you're able to collect more data. For example, like reuse emails in the business pulse, but we have to go through validation of those emails, and we have to find the right person within the business to send the email to, and we have to maintain that. So those are different operations than compiling a form, putting it in an envelope, and mailing it. But there are, cost trade-offs, I would say. And, we could definitely point to those trade-offs.
Yeah, this is Al. I wanted to make a comment on that, too. The ACS has been conducting a component of the ACS online for several years now. And what we found out in researching the ACS is we are not getting additional respondents participating online. What we're getting is people who would have responded in one of the other ways responding online. We still have that audience of non-responders that we have had to go out and knock on doors. When we tried during the pandemic to reach the ACS audience via phone and other methodologies, we had a much lower response rate than we do when we have a full ability to go out and collect data online. As a result, and you're aware of this, we are not issuing a full one-year ACS report because of lack of respondents. So we really have an evidence that in spite of electronic methods, we still have to find methods to get to those people who don't want to respond to one of the surveys in the census to get the response rate up to a significant level to have good data.
Excellent.
So John Chaika has his hand up as well. John?
John Chaika. In addition to the pandemic-related closing, the Census Bureau building would have been closed as part of a reconstruction to accommodate the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And I wonder if you could comment on how that's going and the timetable?
Sure. I wonder if Laura's on the phone, but if she's not, I could provide some high-level updates on that. So the Census Bureau previously occupied two buildings within the Suitland Federal Center. One of the buildings has been completely cleared out and is being prepared for BLS. The other building is, I don't want to say a percentage, but out of 8 floors, almost 7 of them are completely cleared out and are awaiting, the final construction and redesign architecture. So that is all moving forward. The end result sometime in 2022, 2023 will be the 3 statistical agencies, BEA, BLS, and Census Bureau being co-located.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing hands raised. So if not, I'll hand it back over to Tommy Wright.
Tommy Wright. Thank you very much, Jay and Nick. Thank you very much, and everyone for the presentation as well as for the committee discussion. We will now hear from Michael Bentley, who will present on quality metrics, followed by a discussion from Mario Marazzi and committee discussion. So, Michael.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to join the CSAC today to talk about the 2020 census quality metrics. If we go to the next slide, we just have a little outline of what I'll be going over today, but we're just going to jump right into it. So on the next slide, I first just want to briefly mention and go over the ways that we are ensuring high-quality data from the 2020 census. As we have stated before, the Census Bureau is fully committed to high data quality and transparency. So we've been sharing what we know when we know it. We are releasing information about data quality, such as those we will be talking about today, sooner than we have in the past. We are engaging with outside experts from 3 different groups, from the National Academy of Sciences Committee on National Statistics, from the American Statistical Association Quality Indicators Task Force, and also JASON, with an eye towards different aspects of assessing the Census Bureau's work. Their reports will advise the Census Bureau on improving future censuses and will help the public to understand the quality of the 2020 census data. Further, internally, we kicked off an executive guidance group. You can go to the next slide, please. to oversee our data quality efforts to ensure we had the right focus and resources dedicated to detecting and addressing various data quality issues. We initiated the engagement of those external expert groups and expanded our plans already in place to assess 2020 census data quality. Next slide, please. One more. So here on this slide, we focus more on the specific work that the external expert groups are engaged in. First, the JSON group released their final report back in February of this year. The ASA task force just recently released their assessment report a little over a week ago. And we've also established a panel with the Committee on National Statistics that will conduct their own evaluation on the quality of 2020 census data. Next slide, please. Of course, the Census Bureau will continue its own work to assess quality. As you likely know, our Demographic Directorate released the demographic analysis results back in December 2020. We also released for the first time operational quality metrics on the same day as apportionment at the end of April, which was the first of several releases on the quality metrics, which are ultimately the focus of what I'll be talking about today. And lastly, we have always assessed the quality of the census by evaluating how well the census operations were conducted. This is not new to those of you who are longtime census followers. As part of each decennial census since 1950, the Census Bureau has incorporated testing, an evaluation, and an experimental program to evaluate the current census and to look forward and facilitate planning for the next decennial census. Move ahead a couple slides, please. One more. Thank you. In all, we released 3 batches of operational quality metrics, which I will discuss in more detail. First, the metrics from April 26th focused on final address resolution of census addresses, including housing units and group quarters, and also dove into housing unit status results from non-response follow-up. Next, on May 28th, we released indicators focusing on average household size by census operation and more information on housing unit status by operation. Lastly, we had a pair of releases under the guise of Release 3. First, a selection of sub-state, county, and tract level summary statistics of selected Release 1 metrics. In the interest of time, I won't be going into further details on those sub-state numbers today. And just last month, a wealth of information on item non-response rates by data collection operation. For each of the quality metrics, we released data for the nation, but also for each individual state, plus DC and Puerto Rico. This is the first for many of these results. For some of these statistics, it's the first time we've ever produced them before in these specific ways, and certainly not this soon after the census. For the most part, in the past, these have usually been part of our operational assessments group, and very few of them have been released below the national level. If the pandemic created concerns about the 2020 census quality, this is an important part of our continuing transparency effort, following along with the goal of providing what we know when we know it. And for comparison, with the exception of those sub-state summary metrics, we've also released corresponding apples-to-apples data from 2010. Next slide, please. We know that no census is perfect, but we use well-established and proven methods to get as close as we can. Remember, we have to get everyone in the country to cooperate, and that is no small feat. We also check our work and have numerous quality checks built into collecting the data. This time around, we have conducted one of the most comprehensive reviews in recent census history during our data processing phase. All that being said, there isn't just one number that we can use to describe the quality of the census. The census is too complex and its data is too layered for that. So I want to talk a little bit about things to consider when making comparisons between the 2020 and 2010 censuses, or from one state to another. The first point is that differences across geographies from one state to another or by subpopulation are expected. Further, each state is unique and things can change over time. Moreover, differences may be the result of operational changes with differences in the way we collected data. For instance, we modernized the 2020 census by adding an internet response option, and using high-quality administrative records to resolve some non-responding households. Differences may also be the result of environmental changes, such as predictable changes in the population growth or movement, trends in respondent behavior, or, of course, various acts of nature like the COVID-19 pandemic, wildfires, or hurricanes. Different doesn't necessarily mean better or worse. It can just mean different. One more slide, please. Before we go too far, for those who haven't seen the operational quality metrics, I just want to very briefly describe how and where you can find them. If you go to census.gov, then select 2020 Census under Survey and Programs, then select the 2020 Census Data Quality option. And once there, you should be sure to bookmark that page like I have. I basically have that page open almost every single workday. There's a lot of useful information on the page, but select Operational Quality Metrics at the top, and you'll drop down to the relevant data releases that we'll be talking about today. There are two ways that we can view the numbers. Next slide, please. First are downloadable Excel tables. There are 4 in total, representing each of those operational quality metric releases. And second, shown on the next slide, for the April and May releases, we have a really neat interactive dashboard that makes it easy for users to compare the selected metrics of interest. So next, I'm going to summarize the details on what is included within the quality metrics and then show a few highlights. So Release 1 primarily focused on the final resolution of census addresses by data collection operation. First, the operational metrics showed the percentage of occupied, vacant, and deleted addresses by how that status was ultimately determined. Occupied and vacant, I think, are obvious, but a delete is sort of census jargon, which includes cases where a housing unit doesn't exist or is a duplicate of another, or other cases where ultimately it's not included in the census calculations. By operation, this could be from self-response, from non-response follow-up, from group quarters, or various smaller census operations that we grouped together for this purpose, or was left unresolved. Then we looked at self-response resolution by mode. In the 2020 census, of course, we offered 3 ways for a household to respond on their own. They could go online, they could return their paper form in the mail, or they could call us on their telephone through our census questionnaire assistance service. We also looked closely at addresses resolved in non-response follow-up, where we send out census takers to collect responses from those addresses that hadn't yet responded, by housing unit status of occupied, vacant, or delete, and by respondent type. By respondent type, that means this could be from a household member that lives there, from a proxy respondent, such as a neighbor, a building manager, or landlord, or was determined through the use of high-quality administrative records. And lastly, we provided a look at the percentage of what we call pop count only, or population count only cases, among the occupied households from non-response follow-up. Next slide, bottom line up front, a few highlights from the 2020 metrics are shown here. Overall, of all addresses in the census, over 65% were resolved from a self-response. The majority of these households, as we've stated, almost 80% that self-responded did so online in our internet instrument. Also, among occupied households that were resolved in non-response follow-up, about 55% were enumerated by a household member, about one quarter, about 26% by a proxy such as a neighbor or landlord, and about 18.4% using our administrative records. And at the end of all data collection, only about 0.23% of addresses were left unresolved. Another 0.71% were left unresolved as a result of unduplication processes, and combined, this unresolved rate was 0.93%. These are the cases that went to count imputation, and I'll talk a little bit about that more soon. I next want to talk a little bit more about the resolution of addresses in the census. To count everyone once, only once, and in the right place. At its simplest, this is what the decennial census is all about. The foundation of the decennial census is our address list. This includes every address in the country, and it forms the basis of the census. We conduct the census by assigning a resolution to every single address. For the 2020 census, in order to complete our work, we had to assign a resolution to about 150 million addresses. We did that through a variety of operations. Sometimes those addresses are vacant or non-existent. Most times the addresses are occupied and have people living in them. So we collect data about the people in that address. To put things in perspective, over 97% of addresses are resolved through either self-response or through our non-response follow-up operation. About 2% of addresses are resolved through a variety of special operations that we deploy in unique situations or locations, such as update and enumerate, which is areas where it is difficult for us to deliver mail. Or in unique situations such as group quarters, such as nursing homes or prisons, for example. Ultimately, as I stated, less than 1% of addresses were not resolved when we ended data collection operations. These addresses required use of a statistical methodology called imputation to assign a status, and if the housing unit is occupied, a population count. When we developed the operational design for the census, you can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. We use as a framework our most desired way to collect data based on the quality of that response mode. I'd like to explain this hierarchy for you at a high level so we can review our national comparison of address resolution between the 2010 and 2020 censuses. Ultimately, self-response is our preferred way to collect data. Generally, they are the highest data quality. The 2020 census self-response was about 65.3% after post-collection processing, whereas in 2010 it was about 61.1%. That's 4.2 percentage points higher in 2020. Moving down this table, let's take a look at what happens when we don't receive a self-response and we begin sending out census workers to collect responses. Because we had more self-response in 2020, the percentage of addresses we sent out with census workers was already a smaller percentage than in 2010, which is a positive. Our preference is for census workers to interview a household member. Household members provide the best quality data because they're generally most knowledgeable about who lives and stays at that address. In 2020, we introduced the use of administrative records for some addresses in non-response follow-up when we were confident in the information we had, and we ultimately prefer that to proxies. Proxies could be a neighbor, for instance. They can usually say with confidence if a home or address is occupied or vacant, perhaps, and maybe perhaps exactly how many people live there. But answers for the demographic questions such as age, sex, race, Hispanic origin, whether owned or rented, will tend to be lower quality. Lastly, for addresses unresolved, as I mentioned earlier, we use count imputation. So on the next slide, this is the first of a few slides that I'm going to show with a lot of numbers on them. All of these can be found within the quality metrics available on our census website. Here we are showing the percentage of census addresses resolved by self-response in each state in 2020 compared to the 2010 census. Self-response metrics are important from a quality perspective. Self-responses are generally provide higher quality response data. Every single state had a higher self-response compared to 2010. The 2020 self-response resolution rate, the U.S. as a whole, was 65.3%, as I mentioned, after post-collection processing, whereas in 2010 it was about 61%. Minnesota led all states with 73.6%, followed by Wisconsin and Washington State. I also want to note that Nevada had the biggest improvement from 2010 at almost 10 percentage points, with New Hampshire falling next at 8.2 points and Washington close behind. In general, the states with the larger gains tended to be those where we were able to move a chunk of blocks from other TEAs or type of enumeration areas, such as update leave or update enumerate, into the self-response type of enumeration area, where we mailed out our well-tested contact strategy of letters and follow-up reminders to encourage response. And on the next slide, as we frequently mentioned in our updates, almost 80% of that self-response came in via the internet in the 2020 census. In every single state, this was over 60%, meaning over 60% of the self-responses were online. And the remainder of those was either by sending back our paper form or calling us over the phone. Nationally, it was about 18% of self-responses by returning a paper form, and about 2% of the self-responses were by calling us over the phone. Some of those differences from state to state were in part by design, whether there are more rural areas that are not in our self-response mail-out area, or areas where we send a paper questionnaire in the first mailing, places that we expected would be less likely to go online. And we wanted to make the census easier for them. That's what you might have heard of as the internet choice strategy for some areas. Moving on to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit more about unresolved addresses and the quality metrics. These are the cases that went to the last resort process of count imputation in order to determine the status and fill in the number of people living at an address using established statistical methods. While we stand fully behind our procedures to fill in those numbers, our count imputation is the last thing we want to be doing ultimately after collecting self-responses or going to non-response follow-up. For the 2020 census, we developed new procedures to improve our person unduplication procedures at each address. This had a side effect of leaving a small number of addresses being unresolved after this unduplication. So for 2020, we have two categories of unresolved. Less than half of 1 percentage point, and this was even lower in 2020. We had two categories of unresolved, one from the person unduplication process, and second from those unresolved after all data collection efforts. The percent unresolved after data collection can be directly compared apples to apples to the 2010 census figures. In the 2010 census, this was only about 0.4% of the total population, less than half of 1 percentage point. And this is even lower in the 2020 census. It's at about 0.23%. Overall, for 2020, the count imputation rate was about 0.9%, and here you can see how that varies somewhat from state to state. Next, I'm going to talk just a little bit about our quality metrics from the second release back in May. Release 2 included sort of a hodgepodge of different metrics. First, we reported on the average household size by data collection operation, including self-responses, non-response follow-up, other smaller operations, again, grouping those together, and those from count imputation, or those that were left unresolved. We also looked closer at household sizes by showing the percent of households with just one person in them, or with just two people living there. And we provided details on housing unit status by operation, including the distribution of how both occupied and vacant units were enumerated. Some of those highlights are shown on the next slide. We reported that the average household size was about 2.4 people per household for both households that self-responded and those that were resolved in NRFU. Among households that self-responded, about 26% of occupied households had just one person living there, and about 35% had two people in them. Conversely, among households in non-response follow-up, about 33% had one person in them, and about 27% had two people living there on census day. Additionally, another important metric we reported was about 8% of all occupied or vacant units were counted by self-response without a pre-assigned census ID, sometimes referred to as our non-ID response option. And about 77% of all occupied housing units were enumerated by self-response. Conversely, as you might expect, most vacant units ended up falling into our non-response follow-up operation. In the interest of time, I'm not planning to go into greater detail on Release 2, but generally, we did not find any results that were very surprising here or raised any flags about potential data quality issues. So finally, I next want to move on to the last release of quality metrics last month on item non-response rates. As this release was timed to coincide closely with the first release of the redistricting data, we reported item non-response for those data items, including population count, age or date of birth, and Hispanic origin and race. The rates were split out by different operations, including self-response and mode, for non-response follow-up and NRFU respondent type, for other operations, and for group quarters. And we also provided statistics on the rate of how often we received only population count and no other information by operation. I do want to note that as part of our evaluations and assessments program, we are set to release the item non-response and imputation assessment report by next summer. This will include comprehensive results on item non-response with metrics for all data items, including those being discussed today, plus additional information about household tenure, sex, and relationship, as well as detailed imputation and substitution rates. Next, I want to note some of the highlights that we reported on the item non-response rates. First, I want to be clear that the numbers we are discussing today from the quality metrics are the final item non-response rates after all data cleanup and processing to reconcile such things as multiple responses and other post-processing. Some of you may have seen numbers that were put out earlier this year as part of a FOIA request. The bottom line is that those numbers were very preliminary and somewhat premature overall and not intended to represent the final picture on the item non-response in the 2020 census. Overall, the item non-response rates for most questions were a little higher, though, in the 2020 census compared to 2010, but still in single digits overall, including less than 1 percentage point for population count. For most questions, item non-response was lowest for households that self-responded. We found that this was especially true for internet and phone respondents, likely in part because the online questionnaire, which we also used to capture data for phone responses, reminded people to provide a response if they tried to skip a question. Among households enumerated in NERFU, rates were highest when a proxy respondent provided the data. Ultimately, this is probably not surprising, as people who don't live at a residence wouldn't be expected to have full knowledge of the demographics, such as age or race, of their neighbors. And finally, another highlight is that group quoters tended to have relatively high item non-response across the board. So on the next slide, this graphic just compares at a national level the item non-response rates by item non-response rate between the 2010 and 2020 censuses for self-responding households. If you focus on the blue bars here, these represent 2020, you can see that the item non-response was actually lower in 2020 for 3 of the 4 items, with only age being a little bit higher for 2020 self-respondents. In 2010, of course, we did not have an online response option, so almost all of our self-response was returning a paper form back in the mail, with a small remainder being those who called SIP the phone. With paper, we're happy to have those responses, of course, but there are no real-time checks that we can conduct to remind respondents when they skip something. Please provide a response. And our analysis shows that it worked well to reduce the level of missing data in the 2020 census. And here on the next slide, we have another state-by-state table, using the race question as an example, showing the 2010 versus 2020 numbers. A couple things I want to point out to focus on. First, there's clearly variation from state to state. Some saw increased item non-response. Some saw a decrease from 2010 to 2020. Some were lower than others, with North Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin leading the way, with the lowest item non-response rate for race among self-response households. In general, we have found from past research leading up to the 2020 census that states with higher Hispanic or Latino populations tended to have higher item non-response to the race question. And we believe that's because those respondents are less likely to identify within the existing race categories. So those also tend to be the states that saw the largest decrease between 2010 and 2020. We also presume in part because of enhancements such as that online functionality that I talked about. Next, here's a graph showing item non-response rates by race by item between the 2 censuses for non-response follow-up households. Again, the blue bars show 2020 and the orange bars show the 2010 census. Here, unlike with self-responses, other than for population count, which ultimately was required for data collection in the field, we saw an increase in item non-response for age, for Hispanic origin, and for the race question compared to the 2010 census. Moving to the next slide, we have state-by-state rates, again, for the race question. This increase was true in every state for those households enumerated in non-response follow-up. We found that Arkansas, Maine, and West Virginia were the 3 states with the smallest increase, though, compared to 2010. Also, this summarizes the item non-response rates for all NRFRO households. But as I mentioned before, the complete set available on our census website also breaks out all this information by cases completed with a household member, with a proxy such as a neighbor or other type of proxy, and also those that were resolved with administrative records. Moving on, next I do want to go briefly go over the item non-response rates for people enumerated in group quarters. Again, blue bars show the 2020 numbers and orange bars show the 2010 census numbers. This ultimately really gets into our transparency mantra, where we are trying to be as proactive as possible with sharing important information about the census. Part of that means not just showing the good things that went super well. We need to put it all out. The item non-response rates for group quarters don't paint a perfect picture. As you can see, not everything was great in the 2010 census either. In 2010, we saw a 25% item non-response rate to the Hispanic origin question, for example. But in 2020, we found that it was over 40%. Ultimately, we think this isn't very surprising, though, when you think about it. Unlike with most of our household data collection, where sometimes someone tends to know a lot about the people they live with. For instance, that's not as true in group quarters. And the level of information that the group quarters facilities have on their populations varies very widely. Some of this demographic data we are asking about, they may not even have. And this also varies widely by locality and by state, as we'll see a little bit on the next slide. Clearly, as we've described before, the COVID-19 pandemic had an impact on some of our operations, particularly for group quarters. But we are studying all of this very, very closely and are looking at ways to enhance our design, as we are with all of our operations as we begin the early stages of 2030 census planning. So on this slide, we show this at the state level for group quarters. While most states did have a higher item non-response rate to the race question for group quarters, it was a little bit of a mixed bag. Interestingly, some states actually showed a decrease in the race item non-response rate compared to the 2010 census. Idaho, for instance, saw a drop of over 30 percentage points, which is really astounding. Overall, the states with the lowest item non-response rate to race in group quarters were in Idaho, Montana, and Mississippi. So what we're going over today in the highlights I've provided are just a sampling of the many numbers available on our census website within each of these 2020 operational quality metric releases. And again, if you haven't looked at them yet, I encourage you to do so. You can really go down a rabbit hole of some really interesting and fascinating information. On this slide here, it's just summarizing the current status of our release dates from our 2020 census results on both apportionment and redistricting data and when those numbers were released, as well as each of our quality metric indicators we've been talking about today. I do next want to briefly remind everyone about the various other ways that we are measuring and analyzing quality in the 2020 census results. We have released reports, for instance, comparing the census counts to estimates from population estimates and from our demographic analysis program, which provides a measure of coverage of the census using birth, death, and migration data. Alongside the release of the redistricting data, we prepared a number of very in-depth reports on various characteristics, such as race and ethnicity, and on the various improvements to how we measured that for the 2020 census. Of course, many of us are also eagerly looking forward to the post-enumeration survey, or PES for short, results next year. And these results will provide estimates on the accuracy of the census and estimates on how many people and how many housing units were missed or counted erroneously. As mentioned previously, we have been working with various groups in the scientific and statistical community on various independent assessments of the census. As we do each decade, we are also conducting a host of assessment and evaluation reports with all sorts of in-the-weeds analysis on census operations. and of course, releasing these operational quality metrics that we're talking about right now. So what have we learned from the operational quality metrics? Next slide, please. There's, of course, no single number that can quantify or grade or rate the quality of the census. It's a massive undertaking with many nuances and many complex pieces to consider. And as we all know, the 2020 census was very unique and certainly had a variety of large challenges. That being said, altogether, the metrics we have studied and released suggest that the quality of the 2020 census is on par with the 2010 census. We had high self-response, higher than the 2010 census, despite ongoing challenges and a general downward trend in the survey world on response rates. We also saw a low rate of unresolved addresses after data collection ended, lower than in the 2010 census. We did find that item non-response rates were higher for some operations, but also similar and even lower for others, such as self-response. And on balance, the various other metrics were similar and haven't really raised any red flags comparing the 2010 to 2020 censuses. We know that the United States is very unique and has historically been a unique melting pot. And we know that there's also much variance in our statistics and metrics from one place and locality to another as well. We started work on these quality metrics less than a year ago, sometime last fall. This was not originally part of our plans for census data products, but things changed, and we've been happy to work on them. We know that there's been a lot of interest in the operational quality metrics, a lot of great engagement from our numerous stakeholders, and great feedback from the public. And while we are still early in the planning and design for the 2030 census program, we are already thinking about them for the 2030 census and how we might make them even better. And that's all for today's talk. I'm very happy to take any questions we have, and I know that Mario, the discussant, has these slides as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. This is Jay Bright, and it's my pleasure to introduce Mario Marazzi, who will be our CSAC discussant.
Mario Marazzi here. Hi, Mike, thank you very much. That really was an extraordinary review of the 2020 census from an operational point of view. And I think that, it speaks very well to what the Census Bureau has done. So first of all, let me thank our new chairman, Jay Bright, and members of the committee, and as well as all the Census Bureau staff that's putting this together. Every 10 years, comes time to close the census decennial cycle, evaluate the operational performance of the cycle, be held accountable for the execution of the operational plan, and prepare for the next cycle. And no amount of planning prepares you for performing a census under unprecedented, once-in-a-lifetime pandemic conditions. But thorough and thoughtful, careful planning and teamwork, the civil service of the Census Bureau pulled it off in such a way that I believe its results and impact will improve people's lives in a material way throughout the decade. For this singular achievement, congratulations are in order. I also think that you should be congratulated for the operational quality metrics that you've published sooner and in more detail than you ever have. I think that that's going to allow all of the stakeholders to really have a good idea of what happened during the 2020 census as we begin to receive the results in the coming year. But you've made a mistake, Michael, which is not to give the CSAC any questions whatsoever to discuss during this time, and you've therefore opened yourself up to my questions. And I think, there's pretty standard questions you might have seen in what I'm proposing for us to talk about today. And yourself and anyone else, please feel free to chime in. From a user perspective, sitting here watching everything you've said and reading all the blogs and looking through the data you've published on operational quality metrics, I get the sense that, you probably had a series of objectives and goals you wanted to meet for the 2020 census. And I think just for everyone's benefit and record, historical record, it's worth asking, are there any 2020 census operational quality, measures or metrics that the Census Bureau believes it didn't meet in the 2020 census, and what are the lessons that we can learn from that? Because from what we're hearing, the answer is no. But please let us know what the answer to that question is. And I'll start there before I go to the other ones. And does that make sense to you, Mike?
Sure, it does. You want me to address that right now?
Yeah.
So I guess a couple things. I think we should be clear that ultimately the operational quality metrics weren't goals in and of themselves. They are summaries trying to summarize a whole host of census data collection operations and those activities and how things fell in the end with self-response, non-response off, the different data collection operations, various quality information about that, and the quality metrics provide various information on how those operations went. If you're asking more about, whether any metrics had certain thresholds or anything like that.
Well, I'm assuming that there were sort of a series of goals, right? That you were expecting to achieve a certain self-response rate, you were expecting to achieve a certain NERFA rate, a certain administrative record rate. I mean, and these quality metrics speak to that, but they're not being presented in a way that's relative to what the goal was.
Yeah, I see. Thank you for clarifying. So I think ultimately, maybe aside from self-response, I'll talk about that in a second. I don't think we had any specific targets or goals in mind. Ultimately, the census is a vast undertaking, and we're trying to do it as well and as successfully as we can. And we know that there will be small bumps along the way. For self-response, we did have very detailed projections, internal projections that were used for management tracking and for field preparation purposes and things like that. And ultimately, we were ultimately expecting that our 2020 census self-response would come in a little bit under the 2010 census, in part because of various just general downward trends in the survey world. It's harder to get people to participate in surveys. There's so many other things drawing people's attention and various distrust in the government and various other factors. So ultimately, we did anticipate that it would come in a couple points under the 2010 census, but partly, maybe in part one, positive of the pandemic was that I think it's literally impossible to separate. There's no parallel universe where we can look at what would have happened in the census without COVID. But I think that we'd probably get a little bit higher self-response in part as a result. We had to extend data collection operations, so the nature of doing that, and various other communications efforts that really drove people, please respond, and minimize that field work and that door-to-door nature of having census takers to as many households. I think that probably drove response off a little bit. So that's definitely one mark where we ultimately passed where we expected to be at by a couple points.
If I can jump in and help out a little bit, Michael's correct. We had a plan that said self-response would come in a couple points lower than 2010. It actually came in higher. We then looked at how that would affect NERFA. Well, NERFA would have had a larger audience than it did because we had more self-response. So the goal...
Excuse me, Al. Excuse me, this is Sean Banks. This is Al Faulkner here responding to the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. This is Al Faulkner speaking, Associate Director of Decennial Census Programs. One of the things that was a key goal for us was enhanced productivity from our NERFA enumerators. We saw almost double the productivity from 2010, very effective use of our systems. We spent a lot of investment dollars on the systems, making sure that they were easy for people to work with, they were secure, and they did not fail us. So those were goals that we hit. specifically, if I look at use of administrative records, we had planned a slightly higher use of administrative records than we actually executed in the census. So we used approximately a little bit higher use of administrative records. And proxy, we estimated that our proxy results would probably be a little higher than they came in then in 2010. And they were a little higher in 2010, but they were almost the same. So if I were to look overall with our expectations for major operations, they were met in the 2010 census, and the 2020 census, excuse me.
Could you repeat that? They were what?
They were met. Our expectations were met, and in some cases exceeded in the 2020 census.
Wonderful, wonderful, and that is, from what I can tell that's happening. That's my impression too. I just wanted you guys to be able to say it, without any fear.
We can stand up and say that without any fear.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do mention that perhaps there were less use of administrative records than you did expect. I think it's the only thing you mentioned in what you just said, Al, that really, it's worth noting that we had an expectation, and maybe it's very little, but still, any percentage point difference, it could be hundreds of thousands of addresses. And I would point out that, as Michael mentioned, the experience is very diverse across the country. And so let me just pick at Puerto Rico for a second as one of the only places where I believe self-response was actually less than in the 2010 census. And there's explanations for that. I'm not going to ask you guys to, unless you want to, right, mention what were the reasons that by design almost might have caused that. Do you have an explanation for that?
I'll jump out and say, when we originally planned the census for Puerto Rico, a large part of it was what we would classify as TEA1, which is self-response, and a smaller portion of it was about 80-20 was update leave. Because of the hurricanes and the damage to the island, we moved the entire program to an update leave program and took it out of self-response. That action then by itself would have caused a lower self-response rate because we didn't do mailings, we didn't do some of the things that we normally would do a TEA1 area. But on the other hand, we sent people out on the street to go look and identify places where people could live and were living and get more accurate address mapping by having it as an update leave operation.
Yeah. That's my sense as well, Al. And, and so it's perfectly understood, and it hasn't been an issue here on the island, at least not yet. I hope it doesn't. Let me nevertheless recommend that you guys, as you have done in other census, prepare an assessment, that report that is specific to Puerto Rico operational issues. I worked with the guys that were planning the 2020 census quite a bit, and having a place to start with, a starting point for that analysis as you think how you're going to do the 2030 census in Puerto Rico can be really a game changer if they really know where they were. And so, and I think you do almost every census, but in this case, particularly the fact that census self-response fell, there can be a lot of interesting questions about how the hurricane aftermath may have impacted census operations, how the pandemic impacted. But in general, I'm personally very happy on a different topic that the race question and Hispanic origin question changed. I think it's really, that change in and of itself is going to have positive effects throughout the decade as people realize that now the data really sort of makes sense, even from a Puerto Rico's perspective. So thank you for that.
Sean,
question that
just to interrupt for a moment, we'll look for that recommendation in the full committee recommendation.
Yes. My next slide is my next question, which is somebody could pass the slide, right? Now, if we had to do the 2020 census all over again right now, and assuming the same pandemic conditions, assuming the same, external conditions, right? You can't change the way the country was, how it felt, who its leaders were. You can't change anything, but you had to do it again. Is there anything you think you would change now about the way you did it, the operations and whatnot, given that we've studied the operational quality metrics in such detail?
Well, this is Al Fontenot again, Associate Director of the Decennial Census Programs. And as the program manager, I probably am best suited to answer this question. And my answer is no, actually. And I'll tell you why my answer is no. I think we've built in enough flexibility into our systems, enough testing into our systems that we were able to deal with totally unexpected circumstances and get the best results we could out of the census, keeping focused on the mission of complete and accurate census. We were able to keep the professional statisticians and civil servants focused on our mission without regard to outside influences and outside pressures, and I think that was critically important for us, and it was critically valuable. So when I sit down and look from an operation by operation, said, would I have done that differently? I would say generally no, but in specifics, yeah, maybe I would have designed group quarters differently than we designed group quarters. But that's one of our 2030 objectives. We're saying the group quarters operation is very complex. It covers a very large variety of types of facilities. We need to rethink how we do that as part of our 2030 process. Yep.
Absolutely. Some of those item non-response rates in group quarters certainly raised eyebrows, and is worth from now thinking about how you would do it differently. I mean, have you given any thought as to how you would, given that we're on the topic?
We're just starting that assessment and evaluation to start to look at it piece by piece, and there's a whole team working on that, but so far it's too early to say how we would do it differently. Mm-hmm. But when you think about some of the different classes of facilities that fall under group quarters, you have prisons, and some prisons maintain one set of type of records, and some maintain more in-depth records, and in some cases we are at the mercy of the way they're choosing to maintain records. The nursing homes vary by state in terms of regulation and how they manage. So we have groups studying each one of these categories. Students, I mean, here's a huge area. The universities dismissed and let their students go home before we would have normally started to collect data from those university students, and so we were limited to some administrative record data collection. So we rethink how we're going to do that.
Okay, and just it comes to my mind that throughout the decade the Bureau does gather group quarter information from the states, even if it's very top line population. I think they added a gender breakout for that.
Quarters, so the American Community Survey does group quarters. The American Community Survey collects group quarters information also.
Also, that's correct. Mario Marazzi here. That's correct. But in addition, I believe that states are supplying. I think it's mostly for the population estimates program. But it might be a useful mechanism to use that data collection that happens and involves state government to sort of push on, at least communicate the expectations of what a group quarter should be able to report 10 years from now.
That's a very good suggestion, Mario. We should incorporate that. We appreciate that. The other piece of that is a lot of them are businesses, and we collect data from them on the econ side. And how could some of that data be used and applied to what we're doing for the decennial census?
Yeah. Wonderful. And so I have one more last question and slide before we open up to committee discussion. This is sort of a standard. We don't know what the 2030 census is going to look like and what conditions socioeconomic there will be in the country at the time. Will we be living more in group quarters to avoid contamination of the virus or less? What state will the pandemic be in? And so, hopefully it won't be around for the 2030 census. But, you know, there's people who are saying this might be with us for quite some time, so it might play a role. You know, what are the lessons learned from the 2020 census operational plan that we can take away as attention begins to turn? And I by no means expect you guys to give a full answer to this. I realize that you will be reporting on this over and over extensively over the next year. I'm just thinking that this would be a good time to get your thoughts on it, just how you feel right now before, you know, you actually do an in-depth analysis. Because you guys are the ones who are doing this, and after you stop doing this, you know, a wealth of knowledge remains in your heads and in the Census Bureau, but it's hard to access, perhaps, from the outside stakeholders' point of view.
We are at early stages of assembling the lessons learned from the 2020 census by operation and have plans to thorough assessments of each of the operations, and from those assessments develop strong set of recommendations for 2030 applications. And I hate to be that evasive in my answer. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's just that we're not that far along yet in our assessment of 2020. But we are looking at a number of things that we know we saw in 2020. For example, the post-enumeration processing, which took 5 months, 6 months to accomplish. What could be done to change that if we think of it differently in the electronic world in which we live now? While the system we were working with was designed for a paper-based operation several decades ago and continued to be refined so that it had very good quality processes and it was very thorough, but it was thorough as a paper-based thinking behind the system. If we were to suddenly think about the fact that we're collecting data much more immediately through electronics, how would that apply to our 2030 planning? We have a major project looking at those areas.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Al, just for giving us some thoughts on that today. I mean, it's on our minds. I realize it's still early on for you, but, you know, it's part of the process. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mario.
So I guess if that's my last question, if we can bring it up to committee discussion, others perhaps want to raise their hands or think through. I guess I'll pass it back to Jay.
Great. Thanks very much, Mario. So I see some hands raised immediately, so great. So first, Barbara Entwistle. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, this is Barbara Entwistle. I'm new to the committee. I'm very pleased to see this presentation, and I congratulate you on what you've managed to achieve despite many challenges. I want to follow up a little bit on Mario's last question because it's a process thing, not asking you for answers. But as I think about what you can learn for the 2030 census, there's a challenge here to try and distinguish between what happened as a result of regular changes that would have happened anyway, and what happened as a result of the pandemic. So, I guess my question is, how will you sort that out as you think about the different operational pieces? I mean, it is possible that we'll have a pandemic in 2030, but I certainly hope not. And so I'm just curious to know how you're thinking about it. How can you separate these things? Thank you.
Okay, I guess this is Al Fontenot responding again. Barbara, thank you very much for your question. And that is something that we struggle with on a daily basis as we think about this. How do we sort out those impacts of the pandemic from those just normal, what I would call census-related complexities? I don't know the answer to that question, quite frankly. The team is working on it. I'm going to actually reach out to some of the members of the team who are involved in the assessments for the 2020 census. I see Jennifer Reichert's on the line. I don't know if Jennifer has any thoughts in terms of, as you're thinking about the assessments, how you're thinking about sorting out the pandemic-related challenges from the census-related challenges. Jennifer, do you want to jump in?
Al, this is Shauna Banks. They may need just a moment to ensure Jennifer's on the right phone.
Oh, okay. I have people that don't have access to a speaker's role in the census. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. And Barbara, I really don't have a better answer for you. I'm sorry.
Well, that's fine. I think partly I just wanted to raise the issue so that we could begin to think about that. I was struck as I was reviewing the slides ahead of time, looking, for example, at some of the increases in item non-response for race among the non-response follow-up sample, try and get all of this out. And so I had to wonder, well, is this a pandemic thing, or was this a change in the way that we're asking about race? And I didn't know. That's a very small and minor application of my question, but it did strike me that this will be a challenge overall as you look at this and try and draw lessons.
Yes, Barbara, you're correct. It will be a challenge, but specifically, let's address that particular issue. And I'm not going to give an answer that's been thoroughly validated, but it's an answer I've gotten from talking to people who are involved in the door-to-door data collection operations of NRFLU. People were hesitant to have long conversations with respondents. They tried with our enumerators, and they tried to give them the minimal answers possible to get them to go away. So in many cases where in 2010 we would have had a longer conversation with the respondent, been able to pull out more information from that respondent by probing. In this case, you got a short answer and a door closed. So a lot of that was pandemic related, more than the way the questions were structured. And we found that in a lot of states, that people had a resistance to wanting to talk to a stranger at the front door.
Hi, Alex. Shauna, the corrector is now on.
Hi, Shauna, this is Gabe.
Sorry, can you hear me? This is Jennifer Riker. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with all of the confusion, I've actually now forgotten the specific question.
Jennifer, the question related to how in the assessments will we be able to sort out the pandemic affected cause issues and what we call normal census activities when we're doing evaluations.
Okay. So as part of all of our normal operational assessments, we have actually added in questions for all of the operational authors specific to the COVID-19 pandemic and like what were their operational impacts, how would those impacts impact not just the operation, like, we know all of the schedule dates changed and that kind of thing, but if they can tease out any impacts on, for example, the data from their operations, that will all get documented in those operational assessments. I think as most of us understand, sometimes that will be very difficult to tease out, right? I mean, we can make some speculation that maybe something we see in the data is as a result of the pandemic, and we can maybe look to some suggestions there, but it'd be difficult to really, identify specific causal relationships. But if we can, we will point that out in the assessments. And then the other thing that the authors will be directed to do as part of the assessments is to look at what changes they might want to make moving forward, either because something they did in reaction to the pandemic was an improvement, right? I mean, there might have been things that we did as a result of some of the operational changes that we say, hey, that was a good thing, and let's repeat that in the future. Or it might just be something other than the pandemic, just, recommendations that normally come out of our assessments. I mean, those are some of the assessments tend to be sort of the Bibles that we read from as we leave one census and move on to the next, to inform us on what are the types of things we want to improve or study further and that kind of thing. And a lot of times they lead to our experiments and our tests throughout the decade. But we are going to make every effort to identify any impacts that were specific to the pandemic within those assessments. So that's certainly our plan. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Jay Bright. I'd like to call on Deborah Balk, who has a question.
Thanks, Jay. Hi, this is Deborah Bulk. My comment is on whether you can speak to the large category of hard-to-capture populations. In particular, I'm very impressed with how the how the dwellings are and the units, the building units are all, the very high rate of response that you get from them, but particularly this combined with understanding group quarters and the challenges to capturing group quarters in this particular census, and then, for example, in New York City most recently with the floods that we had. This is a very micro example, but people in New York City now want to know, where there are there are basement dwellings, for example, due to flood risk. And this is a policy issue, right? People want to be able to put emergency alerts in place because they want to identify people who live in those basement dwellings. Anecdotal evidence tells us that people who live in those dwellings may well be maybe illegally rented. So these are people who may very well not want to be responding to the census, right? So, but the dwelling itself or the unit in which that place is found may very well be identifiable to you. And so I think there are a lot of sensitivities in trying to capture this information and trying to capture it effectively and without, compromising the confidentiality of the respondents. So I really think it represents everything about hard to capture. And I just wonder if in these summaries that are identified in the fantastic slide set that you gave us, that if there could be very specific call-outs to understanding the complexities associated with the hard-to-capture population. And I think this is only going to become more important going forward as we look at various kinds of vulnerabilities associated with climate change, and as we, for example, the pandemic also raised some of these vulnerabilities and people moving around and making them harder to capture in the census. So this hard-to-capture population has this dual edge, and also as a public relations matter, on one hand, of course, the census captures, the aim to capture everybody in one place and only once is really important, but then you have local users in particular on the other end saying, well, we can't really trust, we know there are big undercounts in my area. So, that may be said whether that's true or not. So it's almost a public relations matter. And so, and yet, similarly, to capture as many people as possible and so forth, you want to have the public relations be as promising as possible, so to get high response rates. So I recognize the complexity in all of this, but it would be great if there's even more transparency in some of the method and speaking to these issues, because at the local scale, state and local scale, these data are being used regardless of, how well they capture particular localities and for a wide range of usages. And I think those range of usages will increase in the future. So if you have thoughts about this, how you can improve on that end, it's a sticky problem, I realize, but maybe with the administrative or other data sets to speak in particular to this subpopulation, and it's not a single subpopulation, it's a large, complex group of subpopulations. Thanks. That's my comment.
This is Mike Bentley. I don't know if I have a really comprehensive, great answer for your question, but I was taking a lot of notes. I think that's a really great question. A couple things I just wanted to say briefly. So as it is, the operational quality metrics that we've been talking about today weren't really designed to get at some of the things you're talking about. That broadly, we use the term hard to count, but it's that hard to count means a lot of different things. It's hard to locate. People that are never home, for instance, or people that don't have a regular steady home. People that are hard to contact, and that could include things like gated communities or perhaps those basement apartments, hard to persuade. All sorts of reasons that people just might be hesitant to participate in a census. They're hard to interview, and that might include things like where there's a language barrier. We such as English and Spanish, we had, I want to say 12 non-English languages that we directly supported to the 2020 census, but there's a lot more languages that people speak than that, and sometimes that can be a barrier to participation. But again, the quality metrics weren't specifically designed to get at that level in detail and to
and this is Alfonso, though, adding to what Mike was saying, we will have additional data when we've completed the post-enumeration survey that will help us assess the effective coverage of the census. And if we didn't quite cover some of those areas, we should get some data from the post-enumeration survey on hard to count and how we were able to, what the undercount was in certain categories. So combining that with the data we get from the census and the data we get from some of our statistical modeling, we should be able to have some directional answers to some of those questions, Barbara. I'm sorry, Deborah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you'll be thinking about this going forward. And,
yes,
and I like the idea of of those, like those different categories, like never at home. The never at home people might be quite different from the people who are linguistically isolated and so forth. Those in and of themselves are hopefully revealing. So I look forward to hearing more about this. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. This is Jay Bright again, looking for hands up. But in the meantime, I'll ask a couple of small questions. The first is, Mike, when we look through your various tables and the things you've described here, like state-level imputation rates and other things, are these always, they seem to be labeled as individual housing units versus group quarters. Are those always pretty clearly separated, or are they ever mixed together when we're looking at these operational quality metrics?
Mike Bentley. I think the short answer is yes. We for most census, again, this was developed, but for most Census Bureau populations, especially the decennial census, we group things into the housing unit population and the group quarters population. There's a few situations that are sort of a little bit gray, blurry lines. Certain transitory locations, which category do they fall into, and I think ultimately they usually fall into the housing unit category, but there are some gray areas there. But usually it's the housing unit population and the group quarters population.
Great, thank you. And my second question, you mentioned that sometimes deduplication leads to unresolved cases. And could you say exactly what's happening there? So this means you have more than one response and neither can be determined to be of sufficient quality, or what happens for that to come about?
I'm going to, if Pat Cantwell's on the line, if you want to say a few words more about this. But so basically, I'll try to simplify it. Through our post-processing, we did a lot of matching processes, matching across across addresses, more advanced processes that we had done in previous censuses. And in part as a result, so through that matching process, we found that people that are linked together and matched are at two different addresses, for instance. And through that reconciliation process and unduplication, some addresses were then left with no people living there. It's that's sort of it, but I don't know if Pat or if anyone else that was more directly involved with that work can say a little bit more. It's sort of a odd conceptual thing that you have to really be in the weeds to sort of picture. But it's one of those things that it seems like an odd thing, and it did raise in the end, it raised our count imputation rate slightly relative to 2010, but we also saw it as an improvement in our overall processes that we were able to match and post-process that information better.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. This is Jay Bright again. So I'm looking through.
Hi, Jay. It's Sean Banks.
Hey, Sean.
Did you get dialed in? If we'll hold just a moment, I think if you still need Pat to contribute.
Yeah, this is Pat Cantwell. Let me just mute my phone. Okay. Yes, just a couple of things, Jay. First, for your first question about the group quarters and the housing universe addresses, we did combine them even in Release 1 when we talked about the various. Let me down. We combine them into the various results, otherwise self-responses, and all the various other things. Group quarters was one of the various categories which was separated from all the housing unit group quarters, but it did contribute to the total of about 152 million addresses. And as for the second question about the computation, for computation, those unresolved addresses, Mike was describing that properly in that we did an unduplication operation, and we looked at people that we had high confidence that there was a match, but only within the state, housing unit to housing unit. We had other duplication operation where we removed some people because of the coverage improvement operation. So together, we removed some people from housing units, and if that housing unit had no people remaining in it after the unduplication operation, then we put that as unresolved. And that's what's contributed to that second part of the computation operation.
Thank you. Shauna, were you saying something?
Hi, Jay. It's Shauna. I was asking you to hold on for Pat Cantwell. I knew he was on the line.
Great. Thank you, Shauna. So this is Jay Bright again, looking for questions from CSAC members. Any remaining questions? I don't see any hands raised. Oh, there, John Chaika?
This is John Chaika. First, I want to follow up on Pat's comment because I had the same question that Jay did. And so you have these households that after you remove the people have no one left. So you do a count imputation. Is that usually zero?
This is Mike Gunley. Those cases were, in the end, when we had to impute the final count for those that were occupied. Many of them were ultimately vacant in the end after our count imputation process. Some of them were not, but many of them were.
Okay. One other question related back to that same slide. The cumulative total when you accounted for everything was 99 point. What was the extra 0.2% if you resolve everything?
I'd have to triply check to be certain, but I'm pretty sure it's a rounding issue.
Okay. And the other question, one of the unanticipated challenges had to do with college students at this census, where they're supposed to be counted where they are April 1, and virtually none of them were there. Do you have any quality metrics that address that particular issue? I know the ASA task force had one, but I wondered if you also had developed any around that question.
This is Mike Gunley. Yeah, that of course was a major challenge as a result of the pandemic. Not specifically as part of the quality metrics, the operational quality metrics, but I'm pretty certain that one or more of our assessments will be studying that in some fashion. There's definitely a lot of research that we're doing to look at it though and understand the impacts.
Yeah, this is Pat Cantwell again. John, this is going back to your prior question. We talked about the small remaining percentage. I think that if you're referring to release 1, then I think that's the number you're referring to where we had a small number of addresses that applied to group quarters. So for some of our metrics, we stick just to the housing unit universe or just to the group quarters. But the group quarters addresses themselves are a very small part of the total addresses, and I think that might be a difference of about 0.2% or something like that. Perhaps that's what you were thinking about.
Oh, uh-huh. All right. Thanks, Pat.
Sure.
Thanks, Mike.
Great. Thank you, John. This is Jay Bright again. I'm not seeing any further questions, so I think I will hand it back to Tommy Wright.
Tommy Wright. Thank you very much, Jay. Thank you, Michael, Mario, and Al, too, got involved quite a bit in this. And thanks to the committee members for this discussion. We are 5 minutes ahead of time. Let's continue to be ahead of time and continue to take a 10-minute break. Unless there's some objection. So if we can be back at about 1:05, that'll be good. 10-minute break. Thank you very much.
Call over to Tommy Wright.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much. This next session has 3 presenters who will present on recent challenges to data collection. First, Jonathan Rothbaum will talk on the current population survey experience both for 2020 and 2021, followed by Donna Daly, who will talk on the American Community Survey experience for 2020 data. And finally, Mark Gavoni, who will talk on the economic data survey experience for 2020. And there will be a discussant, John Chaika. Jonathan?
Okay, so next slide. So I'm going to talk about non-response bias during the pandemic. I'm going to focus on the CPS ASEC because it was the first of sort of our 3 main household income surveys to release data that was collected during the pandemic. But I will also try to speak to things that we're looking towards doing in the American Community Survey with our experimental weights. Next slide, please. So first, just to highlight the challenge of collecting survey data during the pandemic here is sort of a 10-year plus history of non-response in the CPS, the current population survey. And then you can see, next slide, please. The huge dip in response during the pandemic that actually hasn't rebounded for the CPS, at least back to the historical trend, which is that sort of black line that extends. And you can see the CPS ASEC, which we released last September, and then the 2021 ASEC, which we released data for earlier in the month in the 2 red boxes. So it's February, March, and April. That's what I'm going to focus on in this presentation. I'm mostly going to talk about the 2020 ASEC, although almost every issue that I'm going to discuss in the 2020 ASEC is also present in the 2021 data, and to roughly the same magnitude as well. Next slide, please. So what do we do in this work? We take linked administrative census and prior survey data to evaluate non-response bias. Particularly what we're doing is linking addresses of respondents and non-respondents to as much data as we can. And then we're going to use an alternative weighting technique, entropy balancing, to re-weight the sample to correct for non-response bias using this data by conditioning on the linked data that we have available. Next slide, please. Next. And just to give you a quick preview, I work on income statistics, so that's usually the first statistic I look at. The figure on the right is after reweighting, how does the income estimate from the reweighted data compared to the income estimate from the survey data across the distribution. So if the line is at 1, that means that they're not different. And so we do this for several years before the pandemic to establish does the alternative weighting technique we use affect income estimates in normal times, and then we also look in 2020 and during the pandemic. And since I put this slide deck together, 2021 as well has been released. And what you can see is it actually there's not much evidence of non-response bias for income or poverty prior to the pandemic. And that is actually also true at the bottom where you see those numbers diverge from 1. Those aren't statistically different from 1. But there's really strong evidence of non-response bias that affected our income statistics in 2020 and 2021. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. And I don't expect you to sort of take in this entire slide. But the idea here is what is the data that we're using? This is the data that we're actually going to be using for the ACS experimental weights, and a subset of this data was used for the CPS, and the data with stars are ACS only. But the basic idea is we're trying to throw as much data as we can and have available to link to the addresses of both respondents and non-respondents. So for the reweighting exercise, we're actually mostly not focusing on survey responses, but data we can link at the address level to respondent addresses and non-respondent addresses. And what do we have, for example? We have information on housing characteristics from our master address file, which is the data set that we use to draw our sample from. We have data from third-party data provider Black Knight, which has information on housing values and housing characteristics. We have income and employment data from the IRS and the Social Security Administration, as well as information on employment characteristics from our business register. We have data on demographics like race and citizenship and Hispanic origin from the Social Security Administration's Master Person Filed Enumerated and the 2010 decennial. We have information on household composition, including children for filing 1040 filing households and marital status for those households. But it is important to note what we don't have. For example, for things like education, health insurance status, there isn't a federal comprehensive administrative data set that we have access to that captures the education level of all of the population or the health insurance status of the whole population that we can access. And it's also important to note that there's a sort of first link that's necessary for all this work, which is that through the IRS data or in the ACS work, some auxiliary data, for example, from supplemental security income payments, where we try to link people to places for respondents and non-respondents from things like primarily information returns. So when you get a W-2, we have both the address and the protected identification key that we can use to link people across data sets. But if we don't have information from an information return at a household for a housing unit for an address, then we don't get any of the other information. So there's a set of households that we don't have, say, demographics for, even an estimate of who might be living there. And all we know about them is that we don't know anything. Next slide, please. And so the first thing I want to show you is that there's really strong evidence of selection into response during the pandemic that wasn't present in prior years. So what you're looking at here is a comparison of respondents to non-respondents across the earnings distribution, where earnings is W-2 earnings at the address. Next slide, please. And what you can see, particularly for 2020 and also 2021, which I could add to the figure but didn't have available when I put it together, you see particularly strong selection, higher earnings for housing units that responded to the survey as compared to housing units that didn't. That was unique to the pandemic period and the CSAC. And so this was one of the first things we looked at and had us concerned about who we were able to reach because of the challenges of conducting surveys during the pandemic. Next slide, please. And I want to take a quick step back. The CPS-ASEC and all surveys, all household surveys, have methods in place to try to adjust for non-response. They start with the base weights that are based on the probability that each housing unit selected in the sample. The CPS in particular has adjustments for metro and non-metro non-response rates. And then there's this raking that the survey does to population controls from the Population Estimates Program. And this is not exactly what happens in the American Community Survey, but it's roughly analogous to the kinds of adjustments and the kind of characteristics that the ACS uses as well. And so you could have selection into response on income that is purely, say, a function of the probability of different groups to respond. So if whites have higher income on average than blacks and whites are more likely to respond to a survey, you could see a response gradient on income that would be adjusted for in the existing weighting method. And so that was the next thing we tested. Next slide, please. So what you're looking at here, and I know it may be kind of small on the screen with all the other stuff in WebEx, but on the left is just a regression of did you respond, did the housing unit respond on their W-2 earnings by year? And there's a big increase in sort of the gradient of non-response as a function of income, so that higher income households are higher earnings households are more likely to respond. We then on the right run the same regression where we add as many controls as we can in this linked data for the kinds of things that are used in our existing weights. And so the question we were trying to answer was, is it likely that our existing weighting methods will control for this non-response? And you can see that there's a slight decline in the sort of the length, the magnitude of those lines, but the basic pattern is present on the right as well, that controlling for demographics and the kinds of things we control for in our existing weights doesn't account for the non-response pattern, the high in earnings households being more likely to respond. Next slide, please. Next slide. Move ahead while I'm waiting for the slides to advance. Pull the slide back. So yeah, where we stand so far is we see really strong evidence of non-response bias. I didn't go through too much, but you also see this in sort of relatively low changing year to year or time invariant characteristics like citizenship status and education. Yes, people can get more educated as adults, but it's a relatively predictable pattern that you see. We see a really strong response gradient by income, which indicated that we're really reaching disproportionately high socioeconomic status households. And we don't think that they're likely to be controlled for with the existing survey weights in the CSAC. And so where we were at that point was we need new weights. We need to try to adjust for this rather than just describing it. Next slide, please. And so where we went to from there was we were sort of trying to find other weighting techniques that we could use that could handle the kinds of data we wanted to throw at the problem and do it in a way that was efficient. And so we settled on this approach called Entropy Balancing, which was it's from a paper by, I'm going to butcher his name, John Penguler from 2012. It's targeted towards adjusting the weights for a control group to match the characteristics of a treatment group for causal analysis, but it also works for if you want to adjust the weights for respondents to match the underlying characteristics of your target population. And it's essentially like an optimization problem, a constrained minimization. But in practice, it's sort of like an efficient form of breaking. Next slide, please. But it has a couple of advantages for what we're looking for, which is it's very flexible. So unlike something like inverse probability weighting, it's very easy to include moments that are both present in the data that you have, but also moments that you bring in to targets to your weighting that are pulled from like the external information like population estimates, pop controls. It has a nice statistical efficiency property that the constrained minimization, what's actually being minimized is the distance between the initial and final weights, the base weights and the final weights, subject to the constraints you put on it. The big thing for us, both for the CPS and ACS, is it happens fast. We ran nearly 1,000 reweighting models for the CPS across replicate weights. For the ACS, it's 81 models by 50 states plus DC, so times 51 times 2 years. So this has to happen a lot and happen fast. And so this is something we could actually get to run in less than a week. And it has a nice property, which is like breaking, it sort of directly adjusts the weights to the target moments. You're sort of assured balance. You're subject to some tolerance that you specify before you run the model. Next slide, please. I won't go into too much detail, but we sort of we're trying to adjust the weights to two sets of constraints. One are address level statistics from this linked data. What you can think of there is we want to have the respondent sample weighted match our target sample, the population of the housing units, or occupied housing units. We want to say W2 distribution at the address level of the respondents to match what we think the true W2 earnings distribution or 1040 distribution or whatever the information we have in that linked data. We'd like our respondent sample to match what we think the truth is given that linked data. We also are going to match the person-level population controls, and so those are two different levels of aggregation at the housing unit and the person level, so we have a two-stage reweighting that I'm happy to talk about, but I'll sort of skip over now. Next slide, please. And just to give you a sense for how this works, what I'm showing you here is a comparison of estimates from the survey weights to the entropy balance weights, these experimental weights. The Z in the figure means that they're not different. The difference rounds to 0 to 2 to 100th, or the 2 decimals. And that's part of the reweighting. We are explicitly targeting having the same count of white people in the CPS ASEC after reweighting as the survey has. So that's an indication that the reweighting worked as intended. But we didn't target in particular things like citizenship or education, which we don't have administrative data for, and we don't generally at Census use on our major income surveys as a target of reweighting. And there were differences even in pre-pandemic years for things like citizenship, or particularly in the pandemic, you see in 2020, the reweighted estimates are much less educated than the survey estimates, which we thought were biased to high socioeconomic status. So sort of adjusting, using the income information, for example, it affects a correlated statistic like education, which was, we think, biased high in the survey. Next slide, please. And you can do the same thing for income by subgroup. This is, again, the one on the top left is what I showed you before, which is income, just with a slightly different scale. Income for all households, and then we can do this decomposition. It doesn't necessarily affect the income of different groups the same way. over time. And I would say, again, something I want to emphasize is we really were interested in looking at this in a pre-pandemic period to be able to distinguish what is an impact of the reweighting versus what is an impact of the pandemic on our estimates, so that because there are differences due to the reweighting, and it's kind of apples to oranges to compare, say, 2020 experimental weight CPS-ASEC against 2019 production CPS-ASEC, the normal survey weights, because that will have both. That will be capturing both changes, not just the pandemic. Next slide, please. And I want to take a second to just sort of highlight what we're going to be doing, what we're working on for the experimental ACS product that's going to be coming out. It's using very similar techniques as what we did in the CPS-ASEC, but with some changes that were specific to the American Community Survey and some changes that were sort of part of lessons learned from things that we've seen in the CPS-ASEC and feedback we've gotten. Because we actually put out a public use weight file for the 2020 CPS-ASEC and got some feedback from data users about some of the strengths and weaknesses of the reweighting. So like I said before, we're going to be putting out experimental weighted estimates for both 2019 to assess what is the reweighting doing, and 2020 to sort of separate out reweighting versus pandemic, non-response bias. We've made a lot of improvements to the reweighting method. So for the ACS, we're going to be doing everything at the state level. So actually 51 separate reweighting models when you include DC, with county level controls for counties of 65,000 people or above to sort of match the regular data releases for the one-year ACS file. There's a lot of additional administrative data that we've been bringing in to this work that was shown on the slide before. We've done a lot of model improvements from this feedback. So just to give one concrete example, we're doing something at the person level to better handle the weights, for example, of children and non-household or adults that are specifically meant to address criticisms of our estimates of things like poverty in the CPS-ASEC, and I'd be happy to talk about those, but it's just to give one example of the kind of thing we've been doing. And we're also doing something there was a subsampling adjustment introduced in 2020 to the ACS weights that we've sort of projected back and done the same thing for 2019, which may be too in the weeds, but it's the kind of thing we're trying to do to make it possible to make apples-to-apples comparisons across from the experimental weights from 2020 to 2019. I do think it's really important to emphasize places where we have limitations. We do not adjust the weights for group quarters individuals or people in Puerto Rico or information on vacant units, and all of that is a function of the limited availability of administrative data. So, for example, Puerto Rico is administered not by the IRS but a Puerto Rican tax authority, and we don't have very good administrative data. We don't have that first piece of administrative data that we need to link people to households for Puerto Rico, for example. Or the same thing, vacant units generally aren't covered. There's not tax information for vacant units for us to use. And so with that, I will leave you with my contact information and hand it off to Donna.
Okay. So hi there. So I will get started with my slides. See.
Tony, this is Shauna. Next slide, please. Donna, this is Shauna. We might be having just a bit of a technical issue. Are you able to start and let us catch up?
I don't have the deck. Somebody else is running the deck.
Yes, I understand that. Hold just a moment, please.
Sure.
Tony Ellis, can you hear me? I can hear you. Are you able to advance the slides? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Everyone, please hold just a moment. Oh, there we go. Donna, do you need a slide after that?
Okay, no, I'm good. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. Next slide, please. So we're here today to discuss the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the 2020 ACS data collection, data quality, and data products. The Census Bureau is committed to providing high quality data, and due to the impact from the pandemic, we are not releasing our standard one-year ACS data products as planned. Instead, like John mentioned, we're going to be releasing a set of experimental estimates from the one-year data. And I'm going to walk through the basics of the ACS. I'm going to look at the data collection challenges that we face and the impact on data quality, and then I'll explain the plan for the 2020 data products. Next slide. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with the ACS, but there may be some new committee members, so since we last presented to you, so I figured I'd provide a brief background on the ACS. So the ACS samples 3.5 million addresses each year. The data are collected continuously throughout the year to produce annual social, economic, housing, and demographic estimates. The data collected through the ACS are used to inform the distribution of more than $675 billion in federal funding each year. And our estimates cover more than 40 topics, supporting more than 300 known federal uses and countless non-federal uses. The Census Bureau typically releases 3 different sets of ACS data estimates each year in the form of 1-year and 5-year period data sets, as well as 1-year supplemental estimates. Next slide. So before I get into the ACS data collection operations and how the pandemic impacted them, it's important that everybody understand the difference between the ACS and the census program and how they're different from each other and the estimates that we produce. So the ACS estimates are based on the sample of the population, and the census is based on the official count of the population. The ACS collects detailed social, economic, housing, and demographic characteristics. The census collects basic demographics. The ACS produces population and housing characteristics, and the census produces population and housing totals. And the ACS occurs annually, collecting data every month and reflecting a period of time over which the data are collected, averaging that data for either 12 months or 60 months, and the census occurs once a decade. Next slide. Okay, so the typical ACS data collection strategy includes multiple modes, including internet, mail, telephone, personal visits. And for most of the housing units or most of the addresses, the first phase includes a mailed request to respond online, followed later by an option to complete a paper questionnaire and return it by mail. And if no response is received by either the mail or the internet, or if a household refuses to participate, that address may be selected for a personal visit during our non-response follow-up. The ACS uses a multi-mode data collection strategy with multiple mailings in order to get responses from all segments of the population. The ACS includes 12 monthly independent samples. Data collection for each sample spans 3 months, with the mail and the internet returns being accepted during the entire period. The process is continuously overlapping cycles so that during any given month we have data collection activities occurring for 3 panels at one time. So respondents are always able to call into the TQA line at any point during the 3-month period, and if they have questions, we can answer the questions, or if they prefer to complete the survey over the phone, we can also accommodate that. Okay, so now I'm going to shift to how we modified our mail and our in-person operations due to COVID. So while the households could still respond online or by mail during stay-at-home orders, these restrictions limited our ability to mail questionnaires and invitations to participate. So the need to protect our staff and the people who respond, and also to comply with national, state, and local health guidelines, we had to temporarily stop many of our operations. We rely on our National Processing Center in Indiana to print, assemble, mail out survey invitations, capture data from completed forms, provide telephone assistance for the people that are responding to our surveys. Most of this work cannot be done virtually. So the local stay-at-home orders significantly disrupted some of those operations. For mail, we suspended our mail operations in mid-March and ultimately canceled the mail-outs for the April, May, and June panels. We were able to resume mailing survey materials using a revised strategy in July of 2020. We began sending 2 out of our 5 mailing packages. We prioritized sending the questionnaire package to areas that we knew had low response or low internet connectivity, and we ensured that paper questionnaires were sent to some addresses in all areas. in October of 2020, we were able to increase that to 3 out of the 5 mailing packages. And at this time, we were able to include questionnaires for all of the non-responding housing units. And we continued with this methodology until returning to our standard 5 mail-out strategy in April of 2021. The internet option was always available. However, due to the lack of mailings, most of our sample addresses didn't even know they were that they were even involved in the ACS survey until the computer-assisted personal interviewing, our CAPI non-response follow-up folks started calling or coming around to visit. Next slide. So for housing units, we attempt to in-person interviews for a sample of the addresses that did not respond. However, we suspended the in-person interviewing in mid-March through June due to the stay-at-home orders and to ensure the safety of our staff and also the respondents. We temporarily increased the non-response follow-up workloads due to the suspension of all the mail-outs that we had, and we were only able to conduct telephone interviews from April through June of 2020. Our field representatives called the addresses when they had a phone number available in order to collect the information. The regional offices mailed a new letter that we developed called Please Call Me letter to the entire workload. This encouraged the respondents to contact the census field representative, and they also included information critical to logging on to our internet data collection instrument to complete the survey online. Personal visits resumed in some of the areas in July of 2020, and for most of the areas that did not have stay-at-home orders in September. So, but I do want to stress that the field representatives right now out doing field work are continuing to follow the local social distancing guidance for their assignment areas. All right, so GQs. So the pandemic significantly impacted how we collect information from people living in group quarters, such as the nursing homes, the college dorms, and the prisons. We suspended interviewing from mid-March to June, just like we did for CAPI, due to the restrictions accessing these GQ facilities. We had field reps continue to follow the access guidance for GQ facilities in their assignment areas, and they continue to do that. But given the access issues that we did encounter, we are using administrative records that we received from the Bureau of Prisons, and that is the data collection for that part of the GQ sample for 2020. Next slide. So the next thing I want to talk to you about is how important it is to address the operational considerations with the challenges that we faced in our data collection. So the ACS is a sample survey and relies on data from a relatively small number of people to represent the larger population. As an ongoing survey, the ACS is designed to collect data from a new sample each month, and the ACS does not postpone the non-response follow-up until after the peak pandemic month, when in-person interviewing could have been conducted. So due to the lack of invitations and the reminders to respond, and the reduced number of paper questionnaires that we were able to mail out, this led to a lower overall response rate and a less representative sample. For the ACS, a survey that collects and combines 12 months of data, we cannot extend data collection, particularly for non-response follow-up, once that month has gone by, has passed. Ultimately, the pandemic impacted data for about half the month for the one-year estimate. I also do want to point out that unlike the ACS, the 2020 census was able to postpone their non-response follow-up operation to a time when they could carry out the full operation. This proved very effective for the census, and the 2020 census was able to limit the effects of the pandemic on data quality in ways that the ACS could not. This meant that the 2020 census was able to maintain higher quality throughout the data collection operations. The 2020 census was able to account for over 99.9% of addresses nationwide, and the review of the 2020 census data revealed reasonable, usable data. Next slide. So due to the limitations of our data collection and our inability to fully utilize all three data collection modes during the pandemic, we were unable to collect information from certain segments of the population. The people who did respond to the survey had significantly different social, economic, and housing characteristics from those who didn't, resulting in significant non-response bias in the data. For example, people who did not respond to the 2020 ACS had lower income, lower education, and were less likely to own their own home. All surveys have non-response bias because those who do not respond tend to be different from those who do. Statisticians can sometimes adjust for non-response bias by giving more weight to responses from underrepresented groups. However, our standard non-response adjustment methods for the one-year estimates do not fully address the differences in a way that meets our quality standards for the Census Bureau. The response rates for March through September of 2020, this is half the months that would make up the 2020 one-year estimates, were severely impacted by the pandemic. For the 2020 ACS data collection, we had the lowest response rate in the history of the survey at 71%. This is down from 86% in 19 and 92% in 2018. This rate is an average across the entire year, and response rates during the peak pandemic months were significantly lower, and the response rates varied across different areas of the country. Next slide. Okay, so the Census Bureau, I mentioned before, is committed to releasing quality data. We have long-established statistical quality standards, and for the first time, our ACS one-year data products do not meet these standards. In reviewing the preliminary data, they were often inconsistent with benchmarks or administrative data or changed in unexpected magnitudes. This is a reflection of those who responded and how they were different in meaningful ways from those who did not respond. Once we finish our analysis, we're going to share more specific information about what we're seeing in the data and the related quality metrics in an analytical report that we plan to release next month in October. Instead of providing the one-year data products, we're going to release a series of experimental estimates from the one-year data. And as Jonathan mentioned during his presentation, we're using the methodology that was developed last year to adjust the CSAC information and data. And we link the respondent and the non-respondent addresses to a host of admin data that he just went through with us. And we're planning to release the experimental estimates as a limited number of data tables for limited geographies in November of 2021. In December, we plan to release a 2020 ACS one-year public use microdata file containing the experimental weights. And because of the underlying quality concerns, we're urging caution in using the experimental estimates. The experimental weights are only able to adjust for some of the non-response bias. A research paper detailing the methodology for the experimental weights will also be released. And because of this change to the ACS one-year data this year, the 2020 ACS one-year health insurance data was not included in the 2020 CPS health insurance report that went out in September, earlier this month. Next slide. Okay, so the 2020 ACS one-year experimental data release in November will include 54 tables, similar in format to the ACS one-year supplemental tables, or the K tables if you're familiar with our table IDs. The table IDs for the experimental tables will begin with the letters X and K. The tables cover social, economic, housing, and demographic characteristics and will be available for the nation, states, and the District of Columbia. The experimental tables will be released on the ACS website rather than on data.census.gov or on the Census API. The table IDs, titles, and shells are currently posted on the ACS experimental data webpage for review, or preview, if you will. The URL is on the bottom of this slide. Next slide.
Hi, Donna. This is Sean the Bank. Sorry to interrupt. I just want us to double check that we are on the correct slide.
Sorry.
Are you able to see the screen?
Hold on a second. Yeah, you should be on the next slide. Yeah. Oh, okay. So my new slide didn't make it into the deck. I'm very sorry about that. I did add a slide late that was basically introducing the notion or the new information that just came out last week about the fact that we have some table shelves that are up on our website. I can provide that data or that link to you, Shauna, later, and you can give it to the members for CSAC's review.
Thank you, and we will double check and make sure your current slides are posted to the website for any who want to refer. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I'm on my 5-year data product slide. So we're still evaluating the quality of the 2016-2020 ACS 5-year estimates against our statistical quality standards. We tentatively plan to release them in December. We will appropriately address any quality concerns that are found, or we will address them as needed. The ACS 5-year estimates cover a longer period of time than the 1-year estimates, so they may not be as impacted by the issues with non-response bias. The 6 months in 2020 that were most affected by non-response bias make up about a tenth or 6 out of 60 months of the 5-year products, the 5-year estimates. Next slide. These are the experimental data products and the targeted release months. So we did have a media advisory webinar that announced this information in July. The analytical report that I mentioned is coming out in October. The working paper and the 1-year experimental estimates will be available in November. The analytical report is in October, and the working paper and the 1-year experimental estimates is in November. And then we have the 1-year PUMs with the experimental weights that'll be produced and released in December. Next slide. And then we do have a schedule here for a tentative schedule for the 5-year data products and their targeted release months. So 2016-2020 5-year estimates, we're tentatively planning to release them in December. And the 5-year variance replicate estimates are planning to release them in January. This is a product for advanced users who want to calculate margins of error when collapsing data within a table or across geographies. And then finally, the 5-year PUMS file is planned to be released in February 2022. And this product allows users to create custom estimates or tables for a limited set of geographies. So really quickly, before I turn it back over to the next person in the presentation, I want to acknowledge that people may be curious to see some of the estimates from our preliminary review of the 2020 1-year estimates. Unfortunately, we cannot release any of those estimates at this time, but as I mentioned earlier, we're working on an analytical report and we're releasing that next month. That will contain some ACS quality metrics and examples of estimates that we saw that are not consistent with external benchmarks. So there's more information, and I encourage everybody to take a look at the analytical report when we publish it next month. And with that, I will turn it over to Mark.
Yep. Can everybody hear me? Great. I'll wait for the slides to come up. All right, good afternoon. So, Mark Raboni, work in the Economic Management Division under Lisa Donaldson. You're going to hear a few recurring themes as I go through there. One thing to note that Donna and Econ, we both share a reliance on NPC. And that's where I'm going to start with our presentation. NPC is pretty much our predominant data collection mechanism. It does, I'd say, 85% of all of our support services for Econ across the board. So I'm going to start with a lot of what we did pre-pandemic and kind of move through to where we currently are, some of the challenges we face, some adjustments we make. You will hear a few recurring themes. It sounds like we both thought of the same kind of, issues that we knew were going to arise. So we were pre-pandemic. We had a heavy reliance on mail operations. This being with forms and letters. It was our predominant kind of initial contact for these respondents. We always, the rule of thumb is let's send out a mail piece first. They'll get the mail piece, and then we can have follow-up activities, whatever that may be. We we had built-in mail schedules. We knew how long it would take 300,000 records to get printed, assembled, and out the door to respondents. Our schedules were built around this knowledge historically, over time, and pretty much where we were in a processing schedule. We also conducted, for our non-response, one of our heavy drive-ins for response is what we call our certified. They're maybe not true certifieds in a sense, but they took the look and feel of a certified mailing. It really got in our testing experiments over the time, we understood that it was our best means to drive up non-respondents throughout either an annual, quarterly, or whatever survey we were conducting. Next slide. You hit the next slide, please. Okay. In MPC that me and Don have also mentioned a few times, our incoming and outgoing telephone operations were conducted solely in NPC. Various units within NPC were pretty much support units for our various surveys that we had. Incoming and outgoing calls were performed, scheduled on a basis in conjunction with mail and delinquent activity. We also had clerical operations. Now, when we send out these mail pieces, you're going to get like incoming and outgoing, but you're also going to have, with forms, you're going to have check-in. These forms are going to have keying operations. We also need research, updating addresses, getting new contact information. All these activities per survey were conducted in NPC as well, in-house, on-site. And then the last piece, as we move through this, that we'll talk about a lot, is we only really conducted pre-pandemic email operations for follow-up activities. Now, this will be a theme you'll hear me talk about a few times during this presentation. As one, we talk about the pandemic as being, a challenge and negative, but also in this slideshow, you'll hear towards the end some of the benefits that were realized. Sometimes within a challenge arises a good or a success. So email is one of the things I'll kind of talk about. But with these email operations, we only were doing it for follow-up activities, and email addresses were kind of scattered across the board. So next slide. All right, so as we said, we use NPC. It's the predominant. Did you go backwards? It's backwards. Go forward. One more. One more. Okay, there you go. All right. So with these surveys, we're talking roughly 42 econ surveys covering mail, email, and phone operations with these clerical operations. So in this slideshow, I'm going to talk really at a high level when addressing all of these 42 surveys that econ supports, and then we'll get into some details about some mitigation strategies that we did for various areas, as well as some prioritization. So in the start of the pandemic in 2020, as Donna mentioned, MPC were kind of mandated to stay home or report on-site in a very, very limited space. This really affected our mail, telephone, and clerical operations. MPC staff at this point were not telework ready. We did not have any equipment to support telework, and their jobs were not conducive to working remotely. Next slide. With the impact to NPC, we also saw the impact on businesses. As businesses were shut down temporarily, respondents were not physically in the office to retrieve these mail. Phone operations. We left a lot of voicemails if we could even make phone calls at this time, and even when we did come back to having some phone operations. Respondents working from home, one of our problems in the business sector, they didn't have access to some of the records. Maybe they weren't equipped for working remotely. I know we hear a lot that private was ahead of public for working remotely, but we did find that they just didn't have access to all these records that they had on their desks in the workplace. They also had furloughs, layoffs. Staff were, told not to come in, or pretty much. Census surveys probably weren't their priority to fill out, if they were actually working, is what we kind of found. And this did, as I think everybody could assume, led to a lower response across all of the econ surveys. Next slide. The mail operation. We did have limited staff starting in 5-4. So we hit in March 20. From March to April, we had absolutely no operations for mail occurring. We started getting limited operations starting again in 5-4. But what were we going to do with those limited operations with 42 econ surveys? We had to adjust. I think it was everybody's notion that something had to give. We just didn't have the full support. So as I mentioned earlier, we had these schedules built, and we knew we could mail on time with 300,000 records. That just was not going to be the case anymore. So we adjusted schedules for printing and shipped an NPC. We also realized something I mentioned earlier, certified mailing. It just didn't seem appropriate to send out a certified mail face-to-face in a pandemic, have somebody sign it. One, it just seemed abrasive. Two, it was probably going to turn off respondents, It just gave the Census Bureau a bad look, and we just didn't want to entertain any certified mailing. So that was one of our challenges as well. Forms and NPCs, they just take longer. We've moved more towards a one-sheet letter over the years, but we have economic indicators that are very important to us that rely heavily on forms and those teams and showing the respondents what to actually, fill out on the form. Those couldn't occur. They just were taking too long. We didn't have the staff to do it. So what adjustments were we going to make? Next slide. What we did, and I think it's the move that everybody understands has been occurring. We increased the use of email. Previously, I said email was a follow-up operation. It's not anymore. Email, we've adjusted. We now have initial email contact. This was not done across the board in econ until the pandemic really set in. We adjusted work with policy. We've got everything approved. And now we're seeing that initial email contacts are driving in more response than we had previously thought they would. We prioritize indicator surveys. As I mentioned, these indicator surveys are very important to the econ. So once we did have these limited operations in April, and as it increased, we prioritized these surveys. We adjusted our schedules. We closed a few surveys. We didn't conduct a few surveys. We expanded the time, and we removed some mailing. And one of the other things, we realized that forms and letters take a little longer. Forms being the longest, letters being the second behind it, although letters automatically assemble. But we understood that we have a new method of pressure sealed mailings that we don't need much in NPC to support. So we were able to adjust anybody that had letter mailings into a quick, non-supportive kind of click and go, although you still had to get it to the outbox pretty much in NPC. But what we know is pressure sealed mailings, they can go. We can do large quantities of these now and get them out the door. We were getting surveys that were taking 1 to 2 weeks, maybe with a letter out in 1 to 2 days. We're getting indicators of 12,000 out in 2 days with these pressure-filled mailings. So we adjusted accordingly and implemented this strategy and got them out to the respondents, although we still had the limitations from before. We also monitored daily. We saw check-in and response was more of a, where are we at certain points in time, key points, milestones. We started looking very closely what was coming in on a daily, weekly, quarterly basis and prioritize our activities based off of where we saw such things as PQRR, URR, and the need to get some of these surveys up where the response rates were. Next slide. The Respondent Communication Support, also known as phone. This one was activities, as I mentioned, conducted in NPC. They were suspended. This was inbound, outbound, and we use what is known as PEGA CRM portal activities. And through this mechanism, there is secure messaging that a respondent can actually interact with an NPC analyst in a real-time basis and answer those questions back and forth through an inbox. That was also suspended due to prioritization. So these activities we did not have up front. Next slide. So what did we do? Incoming calls, we sent them straight to voicemail. We put messaging up, IVR system. We had survey analysts, administrative staff, and collection staff start handling a lot of these operations as well. We answered the voicemails. We were able to get a mechanism to pretty much forward the voicemails left for NPC and access up to there through a headquarters. And since we were telework ready, we could kind of use our staff accordingly up there. This also rang true for what I just mentioned with the PEGA secure email messaging. We started answering those messages, and pretty much econ came together, not by branch or area, but all the divisions to support these activities together to really work them out and get us back in line to, we didn't have this incredible backlog in NPC once we actually got operations coming. Another feature that we have is what we know as the full service account managers, dedicated staff within the directorate that handles some of our largest companies. We assigned more, we prioritized more, and we implemented more full service account managers. Another thing we didn't have previously, although the debate is there, I'm sure we all don't like the extended car warranty or all of the robocalls you might get. But we were able to perform a limited outbound operation for surveys using robocalls. What this was very much taking a standard script that was developed by these surveys and plugging it into a system in NPC where we only had to have one staff go in periodically, once a week or once every 2 weeks, and send this thing out, and then they could pretty much go home. So that allowed us to at least get the message out where we had phone numbers and historical respondents that reported on phone. We couldn't do outbound, so this was our next best thing. I know there's debate on the success of it, but it is an attempt. It was something we implemented for this. We implemented automated time extension requests, meaning they could go onto our portal system and request a time extension. They didn't have to call in. They didn't have to talk to an analyst. They could do all these functions automatically, and it would transfer to our processing system, and we would, handle that accordingly. And then the best thing, I think, one of the great things that come out of this, so we started a process, as I said earlier. We were not telework ready in NPC. I would like to state at this point, we are telework ready now in NPC. We stood up telework early for the clerical staff at NPC, and I believe the date is April 22nd. We went through the pandemic in March of 2020. By April 22nd of 2020, we had laptops in most hands of NPC clerical units. We actually started getting virtual phone support around 5/4. So our operations did actually pick back up a lot quicker by what I think the theme of a lot of this is going to show is being more electronic, being more robust, and being able to kind of adhere to these pandemic or things that may occur in the future. Trainings that we used to have to fly down to NPC to do on a survey by survey, now we're able to be virtual. So we have still training NPC using virtual environments, just like we're all doing here in headquarters, using what we've learned here in headquarters to kind of lead the march in NPC for this virtual, and to me it has worked out great. And it sets us up for the future as well. Next slide. Clerical operations. This is one of the under-heralded jobs of NPC that doesn't really get recognized. We mail, we do phone, everybody knows we email, but there's things that come back from these operations that have to be handled too that go really unnoticed by a lot across. The address updates. We're going to get these post office updates coming back to NPC. We had to suspend all of these. Even if once we got them going out, that was going to be our lowest priority. I wasn't going to take address update and have them sit in their keen when we knew we had to get mail and all this other stuff out the door. UAA updates on deliverable address. We like to actually remove a lot of our undeliverable addresses to not waste money, but you also have to key these in the processing system. They also get returned via mail. And then we do some research operations on these UAAs. And that takes time, that takes resources. Forms keying, as I mentioned, some surveys still do have forms, or some surveys will mail out a letter, they'll write their data on the letter, send it back, but we still got to get it into the processing system. We did have to suspend that for a while. That took a lower priority than other operations that we have. And the last, research operations. Year to year, contacts change, addresses change, phone numbers change. We like to stay up to date. We like to use certain things as the BR. We go out internet research, Google. We have different methods down there. We seesaw those operations as well. Next, please. All right. So with everything else I've kind of mentioned, we did have some mitigation strategies. So one of the things that came out of this, as I mentioned, these address updates. We did create in-house headquarters programs now that will go out once we get these things flagged. And actually go looking for new addresses on the BR when we get IRS updates, and we can actually take the job that NPC was doing before, moved it to more of an automated fashion, and then pretty much eliminate a lot of the costs associated with that. Some surveys like to ship their UAAs, their undeliverable addresses, up to headquarters. There's no headquarters analyst there. The mail operations, the mailroom are closed in headquarters. What we've built is these fight cabinets. So now we can just scan them in. Everybody's in virtual, and they can work them pretty much from their laptop or however means they're doing their virtual environment. But the need to mail them back up in bulk packaging and to get processed is no more. That won't be returned back to the previous as well. And we prioritize research and key operations once staff were actually allowed back into the building at NPC. And that really revolves around the indicators, the highest priority being the forms keying that were backlogged from the indicator surveys, retail, wholesale, 2SS, DPS, and the others. And then kind of push down some of the other stuff. I did make the decision with conversations with others. Some of the operations I mentioned, like the UAAs, the address updates, since we knew we were going to do mail operations again at some point, we decided just to scrap everything, destroy it, and start fresh. It seemed redundant to do the double work. We figured, let's prioritize these things, start anew, and see where it takes us. All right, next slide. All right. So I mentioned telework and NPC. I think the other goes hand in hand with this is our expansion of email. Like I mentioned, initial emails are now a new norm in econ. It's pretty much across the board. We weren't doing it before the pre-pandemic. Indicators are doing it, quarterlies are doing it, annuals are doing it, and I imagine the 5-year census in some form or fashion is going to do it as well. But how did we get here? It didn't just happen instantaneously. We didn't just say, hey, let's just take everybody and email them all front. Policy is very strict with us sometimes. So we had to actually perform in headquarters across the divisions research for many of these previous letter forms mailers. So decrease of mail, increase of email. We were able to actually look across our databases and say, you know what? You've responded to an email delinquent for a follow-up. Why don't I just take you out of an initial letter, email you up front, and see we've already got your email address, and it was an astounding success. We also shared email address. That's one thing that we're starting to learn in econ is A contact could be across the board. There's no reason I have to use or collect this thing 5 different times. If I've got 123 Main Street with contact John Smith on one survey, and I got 123 Main Street John Smith on the other survey, and your emails, they're linking up. So we built a lot of programs to search across the board, and we have started to sync these email addresses up. And there's been a large endeavor, but it is a promising endeavor, and it allowed us to actually start decreasing a lot of these operations. As I mentioned, because it's one of the things I really enjoyed us doing was this initial email collection. And also, we do store. In the econ, we like to not get rid of data, per se. So once we have a contact, we don't, if we get a new contact from, say, survey year 1 to survey year 2, we're not going to just get rid of survey year 1 contact. We have a mechanism that actually goes back and stores this in multiple address fields. So we begin to use approved content with policy on historical contacts. And once were sending them out and getting delinquents from maybe primary contact number 2, we started using primary contact 1, primary contact 2. And you can see more of a funneling effect to see, throughout the period how we can actually get those in. And one of the biggest projects or programs that we were able to implement pre-pandemic, if we would have said we were going to do the small business pulse survey, we would have initially gone, well, we got to mail it, right? We got to mail it, and then we got to do this and we got to do that. This has been one of the biggest email-only response surveys that I think we've ever had. I can't think of anything close to it. But it's about 1 million respondents, give or take. We send emails with follow-up every 9 weeks. And we've got about 25 and rising responses to this thing, and it is 100% electronic email response. No mail, no form, no mail or form follow-up. So that has moved us in this direction with email and shows the expansion of the email. Next slide. All right. So although I'm very ecstatic and I think we're doing a fantastic job with email, it is also, I don't want to say it is 100%. It also arises a few challenges for us. So we've encountered things that now we have to really race for and learn and make adjustments to email as we expand in the future. And some of these things, as we all know, we get some spam or junk. Respondents might think we're spam or junk. The other side, we always think it's us, but we have absolutely no control over the respondent's internet service provider. So once we start sending these things out, restrictions on their side, we can't really just call them and say, hey, can you fix your ISP? We're trying to send you an email, right? It really doesn't work that way. And throttling, one of the things we've encountered, we're really trying to get the handle on, is we do a lot of bulk emails. So when you're sending out batches of 25K every hour on the hour, and these internet service providers start saying, why the heck am I getting 25,000 emails from Census.gov? It starts slowing it down, right? So then we kind of have those challenges on our side. As we know, bounce back, they're just going to occur. So it really kind of, how we handle that in-house. We get these bounce backs. You got an email. What do we do with it? Email can be burdensome. What is the fine line there? Do we send it to them once a week, once every 2 weeks? We don't want it daily. I mean, what is that fine line that doesn't? I know I don't want to get an email from Home Depot every single day, right? I get it. At some point, it starts getting annoying, right? So we're trying to figure out, what is our best practices there. Coding, browser formatting, things on their side. You use Chrome. I use Edge. They use, Firefox. We want to have a standard look and feel for census going out. Browsers just don't fit with HTML coding correctly with every single time. And then it also brings up legitimate concerns. Is Census.gov real? Is it spamming? Is it a Trojan horse? So we get a lot of those questions coming in, and that puts a strain sometimes either on headquarters staff or NCC staff in this pandemic. And one of the things, too, I just want to briefly mention, The management of contact and organizational change. I've hinted on it a few times. People change jobs. We might have a contact today that was filling out your annual retail trade survey. We go to email them, for the start of the next fiscal or for next survey year. They could be gone. So what does that mean? How do we handle that? We don't want to not contact somebody in the organization. Do we have to go back to more traditional mode down the line? How do we identify that? So we do have some challenges, but we're standing up operations, and we're really, really learning from them. And that was one of the things that has come from this pandemic. Next slide. All right. So I know we focused on a lot of, this went bad, that went bad. But I do want, as we as the group put this together, we also want to stress a few benefits. Sometimes, as I mentioned, challenges, things actually push you in a certain direction that might have had some, restraint before. Expansion of email being one of them. I don't think anybody's ready to really push it to the place where we have it at this point that quickly. I know Census, sometimes we do things slowly. I think the pandemic pushed us there. I think it was a great thing. Some of these things I mentioned, we're not going back. I'm not putting them back on forms or letters. We're not entertaining some of this stuff. We've got you, it's in a much smoother, efficient manner with resources NPC. We got priority mailings, robocalls. We're removing paper. Why go backwards at this point, right? We actually use this to our benefit to push some of these surveys in the direction that we need it. It's sad, I think we all understand that it kind of occurs sometimes. Stood up virtual training, the telework virtual training with headquarters at NPC. You look at it, it's great for the staff. It cuts down on flying, although, I enjoy a trip to NPC every now and then. I think, everybody in collection will tell you that. But it also opens up doors, It's a challenge sometimes to hire at NPC. Now, you have the opportunity there to say, we do offer some virtual, abilities going forward. And that gets a better recruit, a better person that wants to stay, I think in this environment, it's going to be a lot of people that need to adjust family stuff, and I think we all have. Everybody should, right? And that's kind of where we're kind of leading and ending up. So those are some of the benefits that we've kind of realized in this whole thing. So I wouldn't say everything's been negative. I know the response probably is surveys will tell you is probably one of the biggest things, but for collection, it's not all bad is what I'm trying to say. So last slide. Excuse me. And just to end it up, these are kind of the things, I know we're going to have a question and answer session, that we kind of ask ourselves. We've gone through this pandemic. So now we're kind of, in-house. How do we understand and respond to limitations? How do we adapt our practices for email expansion? How do we develop a more robust contact management, a warehouse maybe, and adaptive collection? Adaptive collection is something we're starting to talk about. Why do I got to leave you 3 voicemails? Can we do this? Can we do that? If I got you at a certain level, excuse me, can I just cut off collection? And how do we adopt our collection methods to meet respondents' challenges with an ever-changing workplace environment? So that's what we're kind of left with. So next slide. Excuse me. And that's all I have. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mark. This is Jay Bright. I'd now like to introduce John Chaika, who will be our CSAC discussant.
John Chaika. While many of us who follow the Census Bureau have been focused on the decennial census for the last year and a half or more, the Census Bureau collects a lot of other data. And all of these surveys have had effects of the pandemic. And some have encountered unique issues that they had to address alone. I wanted to start by commending the Census Bureau for all of their adaptations that they've had to conduct in carrying out several annual surveys where the data collection was adversely affected by the pandemic. The Bureau's research has also provided evidence of response bias, which is really helpful to see. I think a lot more could be generated and reported, and that would be valuable to survey research more broadly. Next slide. Let me start with the CPS. Next slide. The response rates to the CPS dropped sharply in March and April, the second 2 months of the CPS ASAC in 2020. Some of this was due to unique features of the CPS. Ordinarily, 2 of the 8 rotation groups are interviewed in person if possible. That was just not possible to happen. And other aspects of this were a function of just the general impact of the pandemic on survey response rates. One of the great things about developments with administrative data in recent years is that while the Bureau doesn't know anything from surveys about the people who don't respond, the Census Bureau knows where the non-respondents live. And in data sets that make it possible to link administrative records to addresses, it's possible to learn a lot about the non-respondents and compare them to the respondents. And John has walked through quite a bit in his presentation, and there's a lot more in a separate paper. He was able to demonstrate a number of biases in the 2020 CPS that were not evident or were much weaker in the immediately preceding surveys. And so the question is, how does this impact the survey estimates? And to address this question, John applied a new weighting method that makes use of adjustments to a host of administrative records. And what this demonstrated was that, indeed, if you make these adjustments, you get somewhat lower income from the CPS. I think the median dropped around $2,000. Fairly modest change, but still an important one. Other types of biases were demonstrated. Next slide. A suggestion I have is that in addition to investigating the representativeness of the sample, which the Bureau has done quite well, it would be interesting to see some evaluation of the quality of the responses. This is something that the Bureau has done previously by linking administrative records to the survey data. It would be useful to make such additional evaluations for the years that John looked at here, 2018 through 2021, to see if the response quality also changed during this time. Something else that struck me in John's presentation is that while he found a pattern of response bias in income that was similar across all households and white and black households, it was not replicated among Hispanic households, where actually there wasn't much adjustment, much effect of the revised weighting in 2020. There was actually a bit more, but in the reverse direction in the prior years. But generally much less differentiation among Hispanic people. I have wondered if there's a plan to produce the experimental EBW estimates for the 2021 survey. John may have said yes. And I think he also said that the Bureau had released the experimental weights for 2020. But if not, that's something that I think would be of great interest to researchers. Next slide. And turning to the ACS, slide after this. The American Community Survey has some features that were especially affected by the pandemic. It collects data from independent monthly samples. And while the interview month is not released on the files, there are variables collected in the survey that are seasonal, where it matters how these monthly estimates are put together. There are other estimates like income, where there's a rolling reference period, a 12-month reference period, and so putting these together in the right way is a critical feature of the survey. The ACS is also implemented as a multi-mode survey with an explicit sequence of modes, as Donna talked about. And the pandemic disrupted the initial mail contact, stopping the whole process right at the beginning, to where respondents didn't know they were in the sample, couldn't respond until they were contacted for non-response follow-up. Another feature is that the NRFU operations had to replace in-person follow-up with telephone. And telephone is a mode that the Bureau had actually eliminated from the NRFU operations a few years ago because it wasn't very effective. We saw that the average annual response rate dropped to 71%, with March and June being noted as significantly lower. I don't know if those rates will eventually be published, but it sounded like they really went through the floor. Interestingly, there was non-trivial decline in response over the previous 2 years, so part of this decline would seemingly be a part of that as well. Next slide. So the estimates from 2020 using the traditional weighting were described as not meeting the Bureau's quality standards, and consequently the Bureau does not plan to release the annual data products for that year, and instead will release experimental estimates using the weighting methodology that John described. In my view, this strategy seems appropriate, although I do look forward to seeing estimates published documenting how bad the estimates really were and the kinds of improvements that will be made. The Bureau also plans to include these traditional 2020 estimates in the 5-year estimates for 2016 through 2020. And this is a decision that carries forward for another 4 years because these estimates for 2020 will be part of several 5-year estimates. The Bureau's assessment seems to be that, one, this is a small chunk of the total, so the impact is greatly diluted. But again, I'm interested in seeing, to what extent these estimates may be affected. Next slide. With regard to the experimental estimates, I'm especially interested in seeing how the Bureau is dealing with the months March through June, as this is not really an explicit aspect of the EBW methodology. And I'm curious if the months with low response will be weighted up to their full shares. They're very weak. They're very weak in terms of the data, so that seems not a great response. Or how the weighting will be handled. And likewise, I'm interested in what kind of evaluation of the experimental estimates has already occurred or is planned. I guess we'll see that in the forthcoming papers. And I think it's especially important for comparisons between 2020 and the prior year. I'm also interested in a comparative assessment of the impact on migration, since that's a variable for which the ACS has become a very critical source. It's used in population estimates and a variety of other applications. Next slide. And turning to the last presentation, next slide. In many ways, it seems like the economic surveys had exceptional challenges. One, the Bureau was not really using telework heavily at the National Processing Center, unlike elsewhere in the Bureau, and many private organizations where it seemed like the organizations flipped the switch and moved from working in place to working at home. Some of the jobs, as Mark related, do not really lend themselves to telework. The survey respondents were accustomed to receiving mailings at their offices, and they were responding to detailed financial questions that often required consulting documents at their offices. And not surprisingly, for a lot of these reasons, response rates suffered. Mark gave us a litany of mitigation strategies that the Bureau implemented to address these numerous problems. And many of these strategies will become changes for the future, updating the way that the Bureau collects these data. Indicator surveys were prioritized where there was some give and take among the many economic surveys being conducted. And the Bureau was also able to field a small business pulse survey. That was really an additional and major accomplishment, I think. Next slide. So Mark had three questions, and I have really only partial responses. Two of them dealt with the respondent issues, and this is something where the Bureau's mitigation strategies don't necessarily have a great impact. I'm actually surprised. I would have imagined that many businesses have electronic access to their financial records, and that telework seems to have been established in a lot of businesses. And I wonder to what extent the problems that Mark cites here were those of small businesses. And if that's the case, the success of the Small Business Pulse Survey suggests to me that this is an avenue for learning more about the challenges that small businesses face in responding to a survey like this. It's clear that with regard to contact strategies, which was another of the questions, that among mail, email, and phone, that mail is going to continue to be the least reliable for many months. And to the extent that the Bureau has moved beyond that, that would seem to be beneficial. And unlike the ACS, where contacting respondents when mail was ruled out as an option, the economic surveys would seem to me to offer better prospects for developing alternative contact strategies, just because you've got information on businesses and potentially multiple ways to contact them, which you don't necessarily have as an option for households. And that's it for my comments.
Thank you very much, John. This is Jay Wright. First, I'd like to invite the census presenters if they'd like to respond in order of presentation. So, starting with John.
Sorry, it took me a second to unmute. I actually would be curious to know about response quality. I'm also curious if the respondents, by skewing higher socioeconomic status, if it's changed the sort of set of respondents in terms of the quality of their responses relative to their administrative data. I don't have a good prior on that. For Hispanics in the CPS-ASEC, there's a real challenge we ran into about how the oversampling was done for certain groups, including parents with children and Hispanics, about how that relates to potential non-response bias even in pre-pandemic years that I think makes them a little different than other groups because they're sampled in the ASEC partially conditional on having responded in prior months and being sort of reintroduced to the sample again after they sort of thought they were done with their 8 months of sampling. We did release weights last year, and we're trying to figure out both internally how to give access to weights to people who are on the research servers and how to put out another version of the weights for this year that may capture more of what was happening internally with our disclosure protection. For ACS, we are planning actually on reweighting monthly, but the way we're trying to get around because we really do think it's important to try to capture what was happening, particularly in the height of the pandemic. But we are also taking those monthly samples and trying to reweight them to the annual linked data estimates. So we have W-2s from the prior year. We're going to reweight them it's almost as if we're reweighting the sample each month to the annual targets. And so we're trying to sort of get the best of both worlds, or maybe the worst of both, depending on how you feel about what we're doing. But that's our attempt to both better capture what was happening in the peak of the pandemic, the first peak of the pandemic in the data, and best use the data. And I don't have a good answer for migration. That's something we need to look at.
Thank you. And Donna?
Hi there. Thank you so much for those comments. Yeah, we're very curious, and we're looking forward to doing some deeper dive evaluation on what we've seen in the experimental data as well, and from the pandemic data that we've collected. So I do know that some of the answers that you've had, John, will be probably explored in our analytical report that we're getting ready to produce in October. And I think that the experimental data will be very interesting for you guys to take a look at as well. So.
Thank you. And Mark?
Yeah, and I would agree that a lot of our issues are probably the smaller industries that historically don't have access to a lot of these records that a larger corporation may have that actually has accounting services and the practices. It's going to be interesting for us to analyze year one over year two once we get to that point. We set up a lot of things in place, for example, the specific survey tests and experiments that's going to measure effectiveness of a lot of these new modes that we've implemented and kind of expand there. But it's really key to understanding how America changes in terms of the business world, and they're adapting to the pandemic just like we are. And how we address that going forward is going to be very key in our data collection endeavors as we kind of move forward.
Thank you very much. This is Jay Bright again. I want to open up the floor to general discussion from CSAC, and while folks are raising their hand, I'll ask a couple of quick questions or make some comments. The first is regarding John's presentation. There's a very well-established methodology in survey statistics called calibration adjustment, which goes back to a 1992 paper by Sarndal, and it has exactly this kind of entropy balancing described, which is called exponential weighting. It's the same idea of adjusting weights subject to calibration constraints, and this 2012 paper doesn't seem to reference it. So there's like 30 years of literature on this topic, and so it seems a little strange to see it come up by another name. So that's just a comment. And in fact, that applies not only to situations where you have full covariance across respondents and non-respondents, but there are modifications, such as instrumental calibration, that allow you to deal with cases where you only have information for respondents. So you can deal with some problems of non-ignorable non-response. That's just a comment. And the second one is a question for Donna. And this is following up on something that John Shaika mentioned, which has to do with the 5-year estimates and incorporation of the I guess, original unadjusted 1-year estimates because they would have a relatively small impact. And I'm wondering, it sounds like these would be relatively low quality data, and the argument's being made that, well, they wouldn't have that much impact. But that doesn't really seem very compelling, and I'm wondering if that's decided, and if not, what factors would go into making that decision as to how exactly to bring in the 1-year data into the 5-year estimate?
Okay, well, thank you so much for that question, and I believe that we have Mark Osceola on the line. So, Mark, can you address that question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the 5-year weighting is actually weighted somewhat independently of the 1 year. It applies the full process over again with the exception of the initial probabilities of selection. So what we're looking at, and actually related to what John had mentioned earlier, we did look at the 1-year estimates and what would happen if we made each month a full 1/12 of the annual estimate. And then we tried it, well, what if we let the distribution of the interviews drive that? Because we actually had some mitigations that we were trying to address non-response bias by month. And what we found is that making them equally weighted did make the 1-year estimates somewhat worse because you gave more weight to those cases that were had the strongest non-response bias in them that we were unable to mitigate. And they were a little better using the distribution of interviews, but we didn't quite get to where we thought would be the quality that was expected. So in going with the 5-year, based upon that background that we gained from looking at the 1 year, we're letting the 5-year get more so driven by the interviews. This means that the 2020 is a little bit smaller proportion, but again, because it's 60 months we might be dealing with 2020 is 18% of the estimate or 17% of the estimate rather than 20%. So it's not a huge shift. But again, I think, whatever major differences you may have in that non-response bias that may be existent in those, or that is existent, particularly in those peak pandemic months, it's really being diluted with the 60 months of the ACS data. So, my expectation is that there will be some differences. It's not going away, but it's going to be at a much smaller level, and hopefully at a level where it's, we hope that it's within our, quality standards of being acceptable for use, even though there may be caveats for certain characteristics or certain geographies.
Thank you. This is Jay Bright again, just to follow up. Is there something that prevents you from using adjusted estimates and folding them in the 5-year estimates? And can you not just adjust those weights back in that doubling period?
Well, part of it is timing and trying to get in moving forward to getting our 5-year estimates out for 2020, and the time frame we have before 2021 is going to start spinning up relatively soon. We wondered if, whether we can somehow blend the two. What we'd have to be able to have, the critical time for it is to make sure that we're not somehow undoing what we're gaining from the experimental estimates by, say, subjecting it to another step. But it's something that we've thought about. It's something that, we can see whether we have time to consider that for data year 2021, and how we would try to blend those together. But for 2020, I think with the time frame we had, it wasn't feasible.
Thank you very much. I now want to call on Lance Waller with a question.
So this is Lance Waller. Thanks for the presentations. All three were very interesting. This question's for Don. It's also about the 5-year. I'm wondering about availability of the data for the smaller geographies. Could you say something about that? And we've discussed the accuracy of the 5-year, but if we get down to the census tract level, wondering about thoughts on that.
So we're still reviewing the 5-year data, so we don't have information to share right now about any of that. We've got some preliminary analyses that we have access to that are not ready for prime time, if you will. But we'll have to see. As we move down the geographies, we may be in a situation where we have to suppress data, given the pandemic impact that we experienced last year. So we'll have to take that, on a case-by-case basis and decide where and what we're going to have to do in order to adjust.
Okay. I kind of thought that would be the case, but wanted to just double-check if that's under consideration, because I could imagine some of these products might hold up for release, and some others, as you get less refined, might. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. The levels that, are going to get tricky.
Thank you. And Kristen Moore has a question.
Thank you. Kristen Moore, and great work under difficult circumstances. I wanted to ask John about non-response for children and the weights that you indicated had been improved. And if you could say more about that and how it's coming along.
So one of the things we did in the original work with the CSAC was we sort of targeted the household. So we have 2 stages of weighting. The first stage, we sort of do a non-response bias adjustment at the housing unit level. And the second stage, we try to control to the first stage adjustment while also adjusting to population controls at the person level. And the way we were doing that essentially only really controlled the household heads weight to the first stage. So if you looked at household income, it would have a distribution that matched what we expected. But if you looked at the weight of non-household heads, it wasn't sufficiently well accounting for the. So if you thought child poverty, it's a function of income at the family or household level. And if the weights for the child weren't properly accounting for the household level income, then the weight of the child would then not sufficiently reflect the non-response bias. And so the way we did the adjustment, we're doing the adjustment, and we're going to have a revision of the CPS paper, and also this is what's going to go into the ACS weights as each household member applies a part of that second stage optimization, so that the weights of the children and non-household heads are also adjusted to reflect the household level income component of non-response bias. And maybe, I don't know if that was clear or not, but and maybe too far in the weeds, but that's what we were adjusting to. And that's a change that came out of feedback we got from the CPS weight.
Thank you. And you said a paper is coming out, and we'll probably get that. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. This is Jay Bright again. I'm not seeing other hands raised, and we're just a little behind schedule, so I think I will turn it back to Tommy Wright.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, Donna, and Mark, and John for the discussion from the entire committee. We are right on schedule, maybe one minute behind, so let's continue this. We will now hear from Michael Radcliffe from Geography, who will present on the FRAMES program, and he will be followed by a discussion, William Clark, and also committee discussion. Michael?
Thank you, Tommy, and thank you to the committee. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I presented to the committee back in the spring meeting, so some of so this will be an update on the presentation of what we've accomplished over the course of the months since then. There'll be a little bit of maybe recap for some of you, others who are new to this. It'll be new information. But I'll start with just some background on what the FRAMES program is all about before I get into what we've been working on in some of our key areas of focus. So the vision for the FRAMES program is to develop and create enterprise-wide frames or foundational data sets, I'll say a little bit more about that, that are linkable in nature, agile in their structure in terms of updating and maintenance, and then are accessible to folks inside the Bureau for research and production purposes on a need-to-know basis, and so forth. When we talk about frames for the purpose of the FRAMES program, what we're referring to are the foundational data sets that underpin the Census Bureau's work. So the Master Address File Tiger database, the geospatial frame, the business register and related databases are the business frame. The job frame is the file of jobs that exist that underpin the longitudinal employer household dynamics program. And then the fourth frame is a demographic frame that we are developing as part of the FRAMES program. I'll say a bit more about that, each of those as we go through the presentation. The idea is that these frames will be linkable in nature. They'll have the requisite keys. Sorry, if you could go back to, yeah, thank you. They'll have the requisite identifiers that will enable linking from one frame to another. So, for instance, location, everything that we collect, tabulate, and disseminate exists at some geographic location. So location exists across all the frames, or will need to be, some locational information will need to be on each frame. This could be an address, lat, long, so forth. Other linking keys may exist just on 2 or 3, a subset of the frames. So, for instance, the demographic frame will have each person record will have linkage information, a personal identification key or some other person identifier that links it to the job frame. Jobs would then, the records in the job frame would link to the business frame through the employer identification number or other linking keys related to businesses and jobs that bring those sets of data together. All right, next slide, please. So why are we doing this? Well, the challenge that exists at the moment is that we have a variety of frame-like data sets that are already in use, and they contain, obviously, they contain information about addresses, businesses, jobs, and people, but they're not easily linked together. We can, to currently bring information together from one frame, from multiple frames, you have to create extracts, move those extracts from one unit of the Bureau to another unit, all of the usual sorts of project management, artifacts, and other information that has to, and other efforts that go into moving information around. What we want to do is create, so the frames exist in an uncoordinated and unintegrated environment. We want to improve those and enhance those, the linkages, integrate the frames more closely together, make it more efficient to move information from one frame, or to gather information from multiple frames, to move information from one frame to another, to use the data in one frame to update information in another frame, or to pull information together from multiple frames to support analysis, research, operations, and so forth. And so currently no process exists that allows for the direct linkage of information from from multiple frames. Next slide, please. So let me step back from kind of the mechanics of all of that and the vision and the challenges, and talk a little bit about how we've organized the program. So we're talking about enterprise frames that exist in various parts of the Census Bureau, and we've organized the frames program in a way that to take advantage of, in effect, take advantage of the silos that exist, those silos of expertise and subject matter expertise. So rather than put all of the frames staff in one location, we've distributed the frames program across the enterprise with each subject matter team located in the area of the Bureau where that subject matter expertise exists. So the Frames Program Management Office is run out of Geography Division. I'm the senior advisor for the Frames Program, and I'm leading the Program Management Office. We report to Deirdre Bishop, who is the Chief of Geography Division and our Executive Champion. The four subject matter teams, though, exist in various parts of the Bureau. The Program Management Office coordinates coordinates the work of the four teams and others that are linked into the program. So the Geospatial Frame Team is in Geography Division. The Business Frame Team is in the Economic Statistical Methods Division in the Economic Directorate. Job Frame Team is in the Center for Economic Studies in the LAHD program. And the Demographic Frame Team is in Population Division in the Demographic Directorate. Again, this was a conscious decision to put the teams, the subject matter teams, into the same locations where their subject matter colleagues exist, where the three existing frames exist, so that we can have more efficient, we can work more efficiently with our colleagues in those areas as we go about enhancing and then linking the frames. And then we have a governance group that consists of, is co-chaired by Ron Jarman and Deirdre Bishop, and then consists of the associate directors from the relevant areas that oversee each frame, as well as the IT area. And the PMO, again, the Program Management Office, coordinates the work of the four teams, coordinates the meetings, the monthly meetings with the Frames Governance Group, and works across other parts of the Bureau to acquaint them, meet with stakeholders and acquaint others with the work of the program. Next slide, please. So the next few slides will be high-level views of what we see as the future state of the overall, of all the frames and in each individual frame. The team leads, each of the subject matter team leads and their staffs have been working over the course of the past year to document the as-is, the current state of affairs for each frame, and then to document our vision for the linked frame, for the enhanced frames and the enhancements that will occur to each frame and the linkages to other frames. So what we're looking at here is the high frames. You can see them sitting in the middle, in the center of the slide, the linkages between the frames. I'll mention in the bar right below that center diagram, you'll see auxiliary data. We've been talking about and identifying additional data sets that would not be formally part of each or included in each frame, but would be linkable to each frame. This might be, for instance, parcel data that would not be parcel data that we would not put directly into the geospatial frame, but would be linkable to the geospatial frame, connected by address or other geospatial locational information. Building information. We have some building footprint files that we've been acquiring to support geographic work, and that's another example of an auxiliary data set that would be linked to the geospatial frame. And we can think of talk about other auxiliary data sets that would be linkable to the other frames as need be. To the left of that, kind of on the upstream side of the frames program, we have the Census Bureau's data ingest and collection operations. We are talking with our colleagues in the data ingest and collection for the enterprise group, DICE, as well as others that are responsible for collecting information, acquiring the data that are used to update and maintain each frame. But that operation is outside the scope of the frames program. So we will be consumers of data coming in through the various data ingest and collection operations, move them into the frames environment, working with others who are responsible for updating each frame, and then curating the data, ensuring the linkages, and so on. And then on the downstream side, to the right, we have products and services, and the researchers, the analysts, the product creators that will have access to the information in the linked frames environment, and will use that information as on a need-to-know basis, and then as appropriate, to create products, run them through all of the required reviews, data disclosure avoidance checks prior to creating public products. So those two sides of the operation of our kind of flow of information are outside the scope of the frames program. We'll let others take responsibility for collecting the information. We'll obviously have inputs and assumptions and requirements to convey, and then others will take advantage of the linked frames and create products and the analyses and the reports that go out. And we'll obviously work with them as well to understand their needs and make sure the linked frames, the data within the linked frames, meet their needs and expectations for products. Next slide, please. All right, so here we're looking at the geospatial frame. I won't, for the sake of time, I won't go into a deep dive on all of these. They're all essentially, the layout is the same as we saw on the high-level view for the program. Inputs coming in from the left, the frames environment in the center, and then outputs moving over towards products. What I'll highlight here are the linkages that we've identified. So the geospatial frame obviously links to each of the other three frames. Again, everything happens at some location. And what I want to point out here is that those arrows are two-way arrows. So information could flow from the geospatial frame to the other frames, information from the geospatial frame to any of the other three frames. And likewise, we could use the other three, information in the other three frames to update and maintain the geospatial frame. So, for example, we know that you take nursing homes; they are residential facilities. So we have an interest in maintaining those and listing those in the geospatial frame as places where people live. But they are also businesses, so we would find them in the business frame, and they are employers, so we would expect to find them as well in the job frame. We could use, if there's a new nursing home that opened and the business frame was updated to reflect its information, we could then use that information and the address associated with it to update information in the geospatial frame either add that address as a new address to the geospatial frame or change the attribute. If we already had the address in the master address file, make sure that the attribute now, that we now have it identified and attributed correctly. And likewise, with information coming in from any of the other three frames, we could rely on updates there to update the geospatial frame. Next slide, please. Similar concepts with the business frame. What we're working towards with the business frame team is working towards an enhanced business frame that will bring together the business register, the longitudinal business database, the government's master address file, and other data to create a more to create an enhanced business frame. And again, the two-way linkages there that we've identified are between the business frame and the geospatial and the job frames. We've not yet identified a direct link between the business frame and the demographic frame, but it remains on our radar, and we're constantly looking for, or we're keeping that in mind and looking for ways that looking for those sorts of linkages. So one that we've been talking about recently is characteristics of business owners, and so the team is now looking at what would it take to add business owners to the business frame, so that we could then link to the demographic frame when it's built and put together characteristics of business owners. Next slide, please. Job frame, I think we'll see this in a subsequent slide, but the primary work over on the job frame side is to bring together the quarterly job frame, which already exists, bring the quarterly job frame and the annual job frame together into an enhanced job frame. I'll admit I'm less familiar with have less expertise on the details there, but can always connect any questions about that with Matt Graham, who's the lead for the job frame team, and we can get back to you on anything related to the work that they're doing. Next slide, please. And the last frame is the demographic frame. There's a bit of a lag on my side here. I'm not seeing it yet. Hopefully the others are seeing the demographic frame slide. There it is. So the last frame is the demographic frame which we are building. Currently, there are a variety of demographic data sets that exist in an unconnected fashion around the Census Bureau. We are bringing information together to build a demographic frame that is a compendium of person-level records and their characteristics that will be maintained over time, just as the other three frames are maintained. So Jennifer Ortman and her team in Population Division are working on that, and I'll say a little bit more about the prototypes that they've been putting together. All right, next slide, please. So what are we accomplishing this year? Before launching into the three main accomplishments, I'll mention that we have only been officially in existence since January of this year. We received our funding and an official approval to begin work with the passage of the President's budget at the end of 2020, and so began working, became an official program in 2021. However, we had been able to, in the preceding year, had been able to do some basic planning, project management, high-level visioning, and so forth. So much of what we've seen in the diagrams, folks have been working on in that preliminary stage, but we've been able to move forward since that time, since the beginning of the year, on more of the development. So we've been working on a prototype geospatial frame. The key enhancements there are to build out the geospatial frame so that it contains a full universe of addresses needed to support the the business frame and the job frame, the economic sides of the house. The master address file has had update and maintenance of the master address file has been primarily residential in focus, almost entirely residential in focus. We have acquired non-residential addresses, but again, the focus being residential and serving the needs of the census, the decennial census, and the surveys. We've put all of our focus on what's needed for that side. So there are gaps in the universe of addresses when it comes to the economic side of the Bureau. As I mentioned, we've been working on building a prototype demographic frame. The demographic frame team has been working very closely with David Brown and his colleagues who've been working on the 2020 Administrative Records Census file. That is a primary input into the development of the prototype demographic frame. So we'll use that as our starting point and then keep moving from there as we add more data in from additional sources. And then, so we will deliver that prototype by the end of this fiscal year. And then the preliminary design for enhanced job frames. So Matt Graham and his team in Center for Economic Studies have been working on the process of integrating into the job frame additional job records, or how they will go about bringing additional job records into the job frame, and then adding in an annual frame of jobs and all of the efforts and changes and enhancements necessary to support that. Next slide, please. All right, just a few, just to give, provide some metrics related to the geospatial frame. One of our first efforts was to get a sense of the overlap, if any, between the job frame and the business frame with the master address file. We obtained addresses from LEHD, from the job frame, and a Title 13 subset of addresses from the business register. We did not work with the master address file is protected by Title 13. It's not Title 26 protected. We did not want didn't want to commingle Title 26 addresses or data into the master address file. So we worked with a subset of addresses from the business register to run through our existing matching algorithms, matching software, and see what kinds of match rates we found. And as we can see, the addresses from LEHD, about 85% of those addresses match to addresses already in the MAF, and about 90% of the Title 13 subset, and that subset represents roughly 2/3 of the addresses in the business register. So very high match rates. We were pleasantly surprised at that. The next step, though, is to dive deeper for the geospatial team, is to dive deeper into understanding the characteristics of those addresses. Some of those addresses are listed as residential on the master address file, so we need to understand the quality and accuracy of those. Some of those are both residential and have both residential and non-residential activities. So somebody running their business out of their house. So the differences point to, the findings will point to the gaps currently in the geospatial frame, the types of addresses we need to add into the geospatial frame to become a truly complete universe. We know that currently those gaps are P.O. boxes, rural route numbers. Those are not maintained in the master address file, but they are needed by the job frame and the business frame. And there will be attribute changes that need to occur. Currently, the MAF lists an address as either residential or non-residential. We obviously will need to list some as both, and there's kind of two categories of both. One is addresses where both residential and business activities are occurring at the same time. So again, somebody running their business out of their house. And then there are other addresses that can move back and forth between residential and commercial uses, depending on the market. And but there are addresses that are zoned for both types of uses. And so we need to be able to accurately track those Next slide, please. All right, the next few slides focus in on a few key areas of focus for us as we're moving forward. One is, this first one relates specifically to the demographic frame. We are acutely concerned about public perceptions to the use of administrative records to develop a demographic frame. So we're working with the Center for Behavioral Science Methods in the Research and Methodology Directorate to develop a mixed method study to assess public perceptions so that we can then develop the right communications materials, so that we can be aware of what the reaction might be to the development of the demographic frame. Again, we've got a variety of demographic data sets that exist. We've been using administrative records in various programs, but we've never built a comprehensive nationwide demographic frame that's updated and maintained over time. So we want to be aware, we are aware that there may be concerns about privacy and confidentiality, the role of government in creating that, and we want to get out in front of all of that. So in fact, we're using an existing contract vehicle that the Center for Behavioral Science Methods already has with RTI, and we're meeting with, we'll have a kickoff meeting on Monday to begin work on that project. Next slide, please. Another key area of focus, and this speaks directly to the infrastructure, the process of actually linking the frames. And so it's around designing and architecting the linking infrastructure. So again, three of the four frames already exist, and they reside in separate locations in different server environments. And of course, as I mentioned, the demographic frame is being developed. Currently, it's in our integrated research environment where the 2020 ADREC census file exists, but eventually we'll move it to a different environment. Our key question that we're seeking input on from a variety of different experts inside and outside the Bureau was, should we develop infrastructure that links the frames in their existing locations? So links the live databases in their existing locations. Should we link copies or extracts of the frames in the enterprise data lake? So we currently create extracts from the various frames. Should we move those extracts into the data lake so they're in a common location and create the linkages there? Or should we consider both approaches, recognizing that different users within the Bureau might have different needs for live data or raw data in the various databases, the various frames, or others would want to work with curated data in the data lake. So this is where we really need the expertise of IT folks. All of us so far on the frames program are on the subject matter side. We have some expertise and experience working with databases, but we really need architects and engineers and others of that ilk to help us think through the designing and architecting of the infrastructure. Next slide, please. And then the other key area of focus is enhancing the linkages between the business and the job frames, improving the linkage of state employer identification numbers, the SEIN, to the employer identification numbers that come from the IRS, harmonization of identifiers linking establishments in the job frame to firms and establishments in the business register, and then recognizing that records about the same job may appear in multiple sources. And so how do we connect these source records into a single job record when the source identifiers are missing or incorrect? So that's a key area of focus for both the job and the business frame teams as they move forward in enhancing their respective frames and ensuring that their frames can be linked to each other. Next slide, please. And so I'll finish here with a couple of questions for the committee, in addition to those key areas of focus that we're obviously keen on receiving advice and input. So in what ways and on which aspects of the PRAMES programs work, does the CSAC think it can best advise and provide support and guidance? So we're interested in, we recognize there's a wide variety of expertise and backgrounds, and we're interested in hearing from you as to how you want to get more involved, work more closely, advise, and provide support and guidance for us as we're moving into our next phases. And then from the committee members' perspectives and areas of expertise, are there questions and issues that we've not identified or articulated clearly that you see would be critical to our success? And of course, all of this suggests that, well, points to we would love to have an ongoing discussion with the committee in whatever formats are appropriate. Clearly, I don't think a presentation every 6 months is sufficient to help us move forward and utilize your expertise. So whatever the committee thinks is, or however we can work closely together to move these ideas forward, to gain advice and guidance, we're very open to suggestions. And I think that's my last slide. There might be a thank you on the next one, and you have my contact information. So I appreciate it, the time, and I'm happy to clarify anything and take any questions.
Thank you very much, Michael. First, we have William Clark, who will now be the CSAC discussant.
Thanks, Jay. I just want to start, of course, by thanking Michael Radcliffe for that presentation and for his leadership of the PRAMES program, which, of course, is a terribly important initiative of the Census Bureau. The PRAMES program promises to widen and improve the accuracy of the data products available to the Census Bureau's end users, and to make the collection and integration of these data more efficient, consistent, and cost-effective. The PRAMES program contains the promise that the data themselves will be more accurate by linking and coordinating the Census Bureau's four main data frames: the business frame, the jobs frame, the geospatial master address file frame, and the demographic frame. One imagines an end product of the PRAMES program that greatly enhances the data available to the Census Bureau stakeholders across its myriad programs. The CSAC appreciates the opportunity to receive this update from Michael and from the PRAMES team, and to provide reactions and recommendations to the Census Bureau. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, you can keep that slide where it is. Just by way of background, as Michael mentioned, he provided an in-depth presentation on the PRAMES program at the March meeting of the CSAC, at which time CSAC offered some relatively technical recommendations back to the Census Bureau. Those recommendations and the Census Bureau's responses to those recommendations are available on the Census Bureau website for anyone to see. We appreciate the positive responses to those recommendations that were provided back to CSAC. And as Michael mentioned, today's presentation was an update from that March presentation. In my comments and questions today then are in a sense a second generation look at the PRAMES program, and perhaps assume a more philosophical tone rather than a technical tone that came through in the first round of this. So these comments seek to engender a conversation in response to the question raised in Michael's presentation, and to allow other members of CSAC to explore additional avenues of interest. I will go through all the questions from start to finish rather than posing them one at a time, to allow Michael and other Census Bureau staff and CSAC members in the meeting to decide for themselves which questions merit attention and responses. Next slide, please. Thank you. Michael mentioned two things in his presentation toward the end, some issues to consider and some specific questions. And so first, I'd like to raise a couple general issues to consider. One critical area of importance to the FRAMES program and to the development specifically of the demographic frame is the utilization of administrative records. The importance and widespread use of administrative records to the mission of the Census Bureau was touched upon by everyone at the spring meeting and touched upon in the discussion comments by Mario Marazzi at that meeting. At the time, Michael acknowledged in response to Mario's comments that the Census Bureau is sensitive to the public's perception of the increased use and the increased importance, perhaps, of administrative records in its data collection strategy. And as we just heard, Michael reiterated that sense of sensitivity today. Also at his presentation today, Michael referred to the need to assess public reaction to the use of these records as a so-called key area of focus and spoke about a plan to execute a multi-methods research project to assess what public reaction to the use of administrative records will be. It's certainly true that the so-called in-the-office data collection approaches promise significant cost savings in the pursuit of the Census Bureau's mandate. Likewise, the quality of the data from administrative records may in some areas exceed that of data collected by the more traditional means, such as canvassers in the field or paper surveys. That said, sensitivity to the public perception of the collection of administrative records, especially from third-party sources such as credit bureaus, is well-founded on a number of grounds and may suggest specific communication strategies be adopted by the Bureau to address some public concerns. For example, administrative records, almost by definition, capture data connected to easy-to-count populations, by which I mean those individuals and groups generating a large number of interactions with those types of formal institutions that comprise the source of administrative records. At the same time, they might miss some hidden or hard-to-count populations, specifically those individuals and groups not frequently interacting with the formal institutions. And that might, for example, involve children, and it might involve certain socioeconomic subpopulations that don't actually frequently interact with formal institutions and thus might be undercounted in the use of administrative records. Thus, the need to worry about administrative records perpetuating or exacerbating traditional undercounting or overcounting biases that everyone in the Census Bureau worries about when they come to work, every day. Second, the anticipated increase in the use of third-party administrative records, and I already mentioned credit bureaus and maybe commercial address lists, may involve data over which members of the public have a presumption of privacy. Finally, and perhaps more ethereal than the previous issues I mentioned, is the sense that the increased use of administrative records, that is, of data on the population being collected administratively rather than in a more direct in-person or in-the-field manner, may engender in the population a sense of a loss of agency with respect to the data collected about them. So, for example, data collected in person by canvassing or via mail surveys completed by respondents entail the asking of a question and the provision of an answer, whereas data collected administratively is collected or ingested without the active participation of the individual subject tied to those data. And so a question emerges, does the perception among the public of such a hypothetical loss of agency suggest to the Census Bureau any possible reaction on the part of the population such that the response rates on the more traditional data collection methods have declined or might decline in the future? That's a question that occurs to me. Next slide, please. As to specific questions, first, advances in technology have certainly allowed for the collection of relevant data in a variety of ways, and certainly these newer methods of data collection have reaped great benefits for the Census Bureau and for those who utilize the data and the services provided. Wondering if Michael can speak to the issue of the Census Bureau's evaluation of the differences in the quality of the data collected by traditional in-the-field methods versus those data collected by in-the-office means. In other words, administrative records, satellite imagery, and so on. How if at all, do such considerations impact the FRAMES program? Second, one stated benefit of the FRAMES program goal to link and coordinate the Bureau's 4 main data frames is that data in one frame can be shared or used to verify the validity of data in another frame. How does the FRAMES program address situations where the data in one frame conflicts with the same or related data point in a different frame? For example, if a particular data point in the jobs frame conflicts with matching data or related data in the business frame, how are such conflicts reconciled? Third, I happened to eavesdrop on a recent presentation that, Michael, you participated in at Georgetown's Massive Data Institute. This is back in the spring. And in response to a question about the demographic frame, you responded by saying that, again, in reference to the public perception of the building of this demographic frame, you said that the demographic frame did not entail the creation of a, quote, national registry. And I wish I was actually a participant in that meeting to ask a follow-up question, what exactly you meant by that. Perhaps you could do that now. And fourth, perhaps a naive question, as if the previous ones weren't naive, echoing the discussion earlier in today's meeting concerning the cost savings that are anticipated to accrue from the FRAMES project. I am supposed to be a political scientist and should know better than to ask this question when it applies to a federal agency, but has the Census Bureau explicitly estimated the scale of the anticipated long-term savings from the FRAMES project and engaged in a conversation about how and where such resources could be reallocated within the overall mission of the Census Bureau? Finally, at the very end of Michael's presentation, he asked us to weigh in on an issue concerning the FRAMES program's options with regard to designing and architecting the linkage infrastructure. He lists 3 options: maintaining each frame's existing location, linking frame extracts into the Census Bureau's enterprise data lake, or adopting a mixed approach, or adopting an approach that combines both of those options. To aid in the consideration of this question, perhaps a fuller elaboration of the perceived benefits and costs associated with each of these 3 options could be provided to CSAC by a FRAMES program team member in a separate venue. I think I should stop there, given the time constraints, and allow time for both your responses and for any additional inquiries or comments from other CSAC members. Thanks again for your time and your leadership on this important program.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bill. Michael, do you want to respond?
Sure, yeah. I think some of these will be fairly easy to respond to. We have not conducted an assessment of the cost savings. That's a great suggestion. We'll take that under advisement, but and see how we can go about doing that. With the question related to the National Registry, this gets back to our concern about public perception and concerns about the perception of creating a national registry. And as we've been thinking about that and trying to make a distinction and making a distinction between the demographic frame and a national registry, I think the key distinction is we don't see, a national registry implies that people are taking an action to register, to provide their information into that registry, and that's not what we will be doing. We will be pulling together information from the existing data sets within the Bureau, the administrative records, the decennial census responses, survey responses, and so on, to populate that frame. That gets to some of the other points that you raised about subpopulations that are missing, that are not present in administrative records, and so that's, we're very keenly aware of the fact that administrative records don't cover the entirety of the population, or no one record covers the entire population. Maybe through a variety of records you get close to the full population, but we're not under any illusion that we will be able to identify every single person in the country through the sources. So that's part of what the demographic frame team is keeping on their, keeping as part of their research and their collaboration with others within the Census Bureau who have been working with administrative records, gain a better understanding of the gaps, which population groups are not reflected well or at all, what is the geographic distribution of those gaps, and have all of that and bring all that information and knowledge to bear to understand where we might need to go out and find additional sources to keep the frame up to date, and where we might need to rely on more traditional methods, the census and surveys, to acquire information. And then to kind of move towards, it kind of touches on differences in quality across records, conflicting data sources, or conflicting data. Yes, we're aware of that, and from my experience working on the master address file and working with a variety of sources, those of us in geography division are already, and I'm sure others maintaining the other frames are well aware that data sources are going to conflict, and so you have to adjudicate. There will need to be an adjudication process. The subject matter experts will need to review data before they go into the frame, into any of the frames, to assure that they are correct and accurate and can meet the needs and expectations of users within the Bureau. So we will be talking and developing processes for measuring quality and coverage and completeness, both at the frame level and at the individual data element level, different characteristics, because our users of the linked frames will want to know to what extent they can trust, what level of confidence can they have in the information. We're also aware that some researchers within the Bureau, some users may want to know the full range of information that has been brought in, and they might want to see those differences to carry out research. So we're wrestling with that. How do you maintain? I won't say how, but wrestling with the need to provide curated information at the same time as we provide as much of the raw data as we possibly can for researchers in the Bureau to carry out their work.
Thank you, Michael. Dave Wright again. I'd like to open it up to the full CSAC committee for any questions or comments. And just a reminder to raise your hand if hands are going up. So I think I saw Lance Waller first.
Yeah, this is Lance. Lance Waller. Thanks for the presentation. As a new member of the committee, it was good to get that overview, and very interesting. One question I had is thinking about users outside the Bureau down the road who can benefit from this, and you talked about some of the technical aspects of data lake where these extracts get stored. Has there been discussion in terms of recommendations for citing the data that people get? As a lot of the data sharing policies go into place for NIH and others, the role of data repositories for researchers to post their data and get a DOI or digital object identifier, some way to say this curated piece is what I used for this piece of work. It would be nice to think ahead on recommendations for a DOI that's generated for an extract or something people, if they went through an automated process. And I was wondering if that had been discussed by the Frames group.
Not quite at that level of detail. As we've talked with various groups outside the Bureau, other agencies, my colleague Jennifer Wortman and I were presenting earlier to the Federal State Cooperative for Population Estimates. We've met with them a few times with the state demographers. I'll say right now our work is entirely focused on internal data sets. The frames, the data in the frames are micro data. And as such can't be shared outside the Bureau. But we're certainly getting lots of questions from folks like yourself and others that are interested, researchers outside that are interested in the capabilities and the power of bringing this information together. So it's on our roadmap, but we want to. Our immediate focus is just enhancing and linking them first for internal use. But we are remaining aware that there will be interest, maybe first in the federal state FSRDC network, and then, but yeah, we're not going to lose sight of the longer term.
Yeah. Okay, so that's helpful. It may be worth talking about even for the internal use, just because now people would identify certain products, this survey or that survey, but if things are integrated or integratable, there would be a way for one subgroup of the Bureau to draw these different pieces, and somebody else wants to do the same thing, and so they don't have the citation gives a way of not having to recreate the steps. So it may be useful in that aspect as well, but like I said, it's just a thought that occurred during the presentation. I haven't really thought about it too deeply.
No, I think that's a great suggestion and something we should keep talking about. Because part of the plan is that a survey could still conduct a survey, send questions out to respondents, but then also augment with data from the frames. And so how do you cite that, and how do you represent all that? The mixed, in essence, the mixed sources for pulling information together.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have John Chaika.
John Chaika. Businesses present a unique problem for frames because of the acquisitions and subsidiary relationships. They're not the same from one year to the next in many cases. And I wonder how you deal with that, or if that's too long a question. If this is something where the Bureau would benefit from interacting with maybe people in Treasury or IRS who have to deal with that under somewhat different circumstances.
Yes, I think the answer to that is yes. I know, and I'm certainly not the expert on, I know that complexity exists, and I've been tutored in that by Jessica Wellwood and her team on the business frame side, and of course also on the job frame folks. I think, they're definitely interested in exploring how do you maintain and link those changing parent-child relationships. In some ways, what's been interesting as the demographers come together with the economic folks, the economists on the program, we're finding that similar kinds of relationships exist. It's just in one case we refer to firms and establishments and and so forth, and on the other side it's the household, parent-child, complex household relationships. But the same kinds of concepts are all teams are working through the same conceptual challenges.
And
we would definitely benefit from talking with others.
This is Nick Orsini. I'll just add to that in the sense that we are doing that right now. The business frame has a large portion of it provided by IRS and tax data. So those relationships are maintained continuously. We have a survey also that goes out to some of the largest companies that helps us get the organizational structure each year. So those activities are ongoing, and this may be another way for us to improve those relationships.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Moore.
Thank you. It's good to be in on the ground floor as you're developing this, and I wanted to ask again about the undercount of young children. Given that administrative record data are being used so much, whether there are plans to draw on administrative record systems such as idle statistics or other relevant data that are likely to help with the undercount.
Well, I'll answer from the demographic frame perspective, and the plan is, yes, to work with as many sources and utilize as many sources as we need to get as close to an accurate frame as possible. And this is where the folks inside the Bureau are already aware of some of the constraints and some of the sources, but this is where we need to have fuller discussions with stakeholders and experts such as yourselves to expand our knowledge and make sure that we're aware of the variety of information, the variety of sources to start acquiring and pulling in and making use of.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This is Jay Bright again, and I think that wraps up our discussion, so I'll hand it back to Tommy Wright.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommy Wright. Tommy Wright, Michael, and William for the presentation, as well as the committee. I regret that our deliberations today are not going to appear on the evening news. I think this would be an excellent example to show people how democracy works in terms of basing things on data. Three things are about to happen. We're going to take a 10-minute break. During that break, the web session and audio will end. That's the second thing. And the third thing, following that, the CSAC committee will have offline discussions on today's topics, led by Jay, and who will lead the committee for discussion and formulation of recommendations. Thank you very much to everyone, and we will meet again tomorrow morning at 11 Eastern Time. Thank you very much.